Alright, so we'll start beginning now. So, let me see if people voted. Okay, it looks like, choice number 4 might have, been a bit obvious. But, if you really did, have a feeling that Jhin was all 3, then you know quite a bit about Jhin, because Jhin actually is an ADC, an AD caster, and an assassin. Let me just open my chat real quick so I can see people's questions. Alright, so first off, what I'm gonna say is, depending on how you play Jhin, Jhin could be an ADC, an AD caster, or an assassin. He has 3 different types of roles during the game. So at the start, you're gonna be an ADC for the most part, you know, lane phase, you're gonna farm, you're gonna trade, you're gonna be with your support. You won't really be able to do stuff alone. But as soon as you start snowballing, you become an AD caster. And that means you'll most likely rely on setting up ganks or pickoffs or engaging in fights with your W or your ult. Because your W and your ult are the most important parts of Jhin's kit. And how it works is that if anyone on your team hits or uses any ability or any auto attack on an enemy, it marks them. And you can either W them or you can ult them, and your ult, if you use it properly and land your shots, it's essentially a long range 4-second slow that has a 80% slow. And a 4-second slow with an 80% movement speed debuff is pretty big. It can like set up the best ganks, or it could set up the best pickoffs for your team. And if you get a gank off, you know, when I refer to gank, it usually means a pickoff that happens in the early to mid game. And a pickoff is when you make a pick in the mid to late game, and because you killed one person on the enemy team, it opens a ton of opportunities for you. And the assassin role mostly only takes place if you snowballed really well. So the reason why the armor pen build is the best, and I'll explain why it's the best build, is because it allows you to become an assassin as well as an ADC and an AD caster. And I'll be showing you clips of some of my replays on how you should engage fights, how you should be playing the team fight. So usually when you play Jhin, you start with your ult, or you can W then ult, and as soon as you finish your ult and finish using your abilities, that's when you walk into the team fight and start actually auto attacking like a normal ADC would. So you basically want to use your ult at a safe distance and then come into the team fight to help clean it up. Because he's not like Lucian, he's not like Sivir, he's not like Ashe, he's not like any ADC, because almost every other ADC can use their ult wherever they are in the team fight. While if Jhin starts getting into auto attack range, and if he starts auto attacking, it's gonna be like, oh wow, the enemy team is pretty low, let me ult. But if you're in range to auto attack, that is a very bad position to ult, because they'll usually just focus you or they'll stun you, and your ult is just like completely gone. All that damage you could have had on your ult is completely gone. And I'll start with the basics. So I made a specific folder over here. We'll start off with the first Jhin mastery page, which is the most popular mastery page. And Alright, so you never want to take anything on the third part of the page because the only thing it actually helps you with is getting 15% with your summoner cooldowns. And if you're in a spot where you constantly need to be using flash and need it off cooldown, that means you're positioning very badly. Because on average, when I'm playing Jhin, I'm usually going to always have my flash up, and the only times I use my flash is, for example, I'm trying to exchange my flash for like a kill with my fourth shot or something. And here's the thing. A lot of people put their points into the attack speed part of the mastery when the attack speed part gives you a little bit more damage to your passive. I believe it gives you like 1.3% total AD, and it gives you nothing else. Well, when I explained that he's an AD caster with his abilities and an assassin, that 2% spell damage is a lot. So now we'll continue to the bottom. Feast gives you 20 HP every 30 seconds for killing a minion. Expose, allows your teammates to deal more damage. This is common in junglers or supports or people with AoE abilities. While Double-Edged Sword gives you 3% extra damage, but you take 1.5% extra damage. So as long as you're trading properly, as long as you're not taking a lot of unnecessary damage in lane, you're not going to need this. And you're going to want to opt for the 3% damage to your auto attacks, the extra 3% damage to your W and your ults. Over here, if you have a Doran's Blade, which is always going to be your start, and if you take this lifesteal mastery, it will give you 5% lifesteal during the laning phase. And the difference is you'll have the same amount of lifesteal gain as the ADCs, but the difference is your fourth shot actually heals you a shit ton. So for example, your average shots are gonna heal you for like maybe 5 or 6 HP, and once you use the fourth shot, you're going to heal about like 20 or 30%. I mean, not percent, but 20 to 30 flat HP, because the execute damage works on minions as well. And over here, you have two choices. This one gives you percent damage based on if you manage to kill each enemy on the enemy team once. So if you manage to kill everyone on the enemy team at least once, you get 5% damage. But this is pretty risky because in some of my games where I'm behind, this would have been completely useless for most of the game. And if I took this, it might have affected the game in resulting in me losing when I was behind. While if you take this one, if they're slowed, snared, taunted, CC'd, anything, you do 2.5% more damage to them. And your W is a snare, your E is a slow, and your alt is a slow. So this is basically 2.5 extra damage on all of your abilities. This one gives you about 7% armor penetration to their bonus armor. It doesn't really become useful in the laning phase or mid game at all, and it's more about late game. And the Fire Grasp isn't the strongest early game Keystone Mastery, but it provides a lot of extra magic damage. In case, the enemy builds armor, this is going to do a lot in the mid to late game, and even if they don't build armor, this is just generally going to do a lot of damage because the scaling works really well with Jhin. It takes 60% of your total AD. So if you have like 1000 AD with Jhin, this is going to do 600 damage worth of magic damage to anyone who gets hit by a W, a Q, an E, or an ultimate. And then over here you have your basic things. This one lets you auto attack easier. You don't need the movement speed. The potion allows you to get an extra bit of HP and mana in lane. You're not going to need assassin because the laning phase is the most important part of the game. It's basically going to decide whether you get ahead or you get behind. And after the laning phase, when you get ahead or you get behind, that's when you decide how you need to play the game. This one gives you a 5% increase to your damage output if an enemy champion is below 40% HP. And this one just heals you every time you manage to help kill a champion. And if you look at the total, this is 2%, this is 3%. That's 5% total. That's 5% extra damage to your abilities. This is 7.5%. And combined with this, if you're targeting a low HP, champion, that's going to be a 12.5% increase to all your damage on a champion. While 7.5 is super reliable in case which you'll always proc, while the 12.5% extra damage will only proc on champions below 40% HP. The second page is probably the least popular in every region except for Korea. This is the most popular build in Korea in high elo, challenger, master. And how it works is that everything here is the same, but the only difference is they exchange the mid to late game armor pen for bonus armor for flat armor pen. So this mastery will help you a lot in the early to mid game when you go the armor pen builds, and Thunderlords will help you a lot in trades and snowballing. But the reason why it's super successful in Korea is that the Koreans are a lot more disciplined, in which if they get a lead, they'll know how to use it properly. They're not gonna be over greedy, and they'll be able to close the game before 25 minutes, maybe at 20 minutes, before 30 minutes. But when I notice people using this in NA solo queue, and when I tried it, I realized it's really bad because most games on average last around 30 minutes, 35, 40 minutes, because even when you're ahead, you're gonna have a lot of teammates who aren't disciplined at all, and they'll bite off more than they can chew. So because your teammates aren't disciplined and they're not focusing on ending the game as early as possible with the lead, this mastery becomes very useless around the 25-30 minute mark. While in the 25 to 30 minute mark, that's when the death fire grasp would have been like super super strong instead of this one. So I don't really recommend this build unless like you're playing like, let's say, ranked fives and you have a very disciplined team in which you can like close out the game super early, because this is the only time I can see this being a lot better, is if you can close out the game early with your team. Otherwise your team's not going to end enough early, and then you end up having a really useless keystone, and this mastery becomes a bit useless as well compared to these two that they give you in the mid to late game. Alright, so we're gonna go to room page and then item builds. So this is the max armor pen Jhin room page. This is I defined the 3 room pages based on the experience, or based on how well you can last it with Jhin. So with this build, what I like to say is that this is for the most experienced Jhin, in which they'll be able to last it with around, let's say, 64, 65 AD. And if they're farming under tower, it's really hard to farm when you have low ADE. But in which case, I'll use my W, I'll use my traps, I'll use my Q to farm under tower or to wave clear properly, and I'll show clips on how to do that later in the seminar as well. But if you can't farm with a low base AD, and you have trouble farming with your abilities and your auto attacks under tower, I don't recommend doing this until you're able to do so. The third choice is where you take 15 physical damage, and it contains no armor pen at all. What this allows is it allows you to farm easily under tower, it allows you to farm the minions really easily, and it allows you to push the minions really easily, because with the 4th shot reload, some people are going to have a hard time managing their ammo system, and having extra physical damage, 15 extra damage, is going to make it really easy to get used to auto attacking and farming with Jhin. So if you're learning Jhin or if you haven't played too much Jhin, I recommend using this room page. And if you're not really that experienced with Jhin to the point where you can farm with really low base AD, but you can farm decently with Jhin, I recommend you using the second room page, which is a mix of armor pen reds and physical damage quints. And what this allows you is that it gives you a bit of physical damage, so you can farm in lane easily, and you can farm a bit easier under tower, and all of that good stuff. And then the armor pen helps you with trading, and it helps add extra damage once you get the armor pen build going on. And one thing I forgot to mention is that the first room page, it will make it very hard for you to last hit if you're not used to it. But the first room page has so much armor pen, which will allow you to abuse every trade in the lane. Like the only times I ever lose a lane is due to having a bard leave lane at level 2 to collect chimes at dragon, and then the enemy bot all ends me, and then I end up wasting my summoner spells. And then the bard comes back and dies. But if you wanna if you know how to use trades as Jhin and abuse trades, then I recommend using this build, because this room page, because 19 armor pen reduces their armor by a shit ton, because on average every ADC and every support has around 30 armor or 29 armor or 28 armor, and it says 19 penetration, but it's actually like 19.8 armor pen or something, but it says as 19 because it hasn't reached the 20. But I made a me and Snap, which is a close friend of mine, we made a Jhin spreadsheet. It's not really too friendly if you've never used it before, but I'll be releasing everything I have to everyone later during the day. I'll upload it somewhere, and let's say 30 armor, right? 30 armor reduces 23% of all physical damage that they take. And on average, they're gonna have 8 or 9 armor, and all of a sudden, it drops to 7%. And let's see. Uh, Shit, I'm not very good at this, am I? Okay, let's see. Okay, there we go. So just because you have this room page, you increase all the physical damage from your auto attacks and your spells by 16%. And that's a big percentage in the first 10 minutes of the game. That's why the armor pen room page is the best room page to use when you have 19 close to 20 armor pen, but it makes last hitting and wave clearing and farming under tower very hard if you don't know how to do it. And I'll be showing you how you can do it, but it really comes down to experience and if you practice it enough. Alright, so next up, we finished the mastery, we finished the room page, and I'll be uploading all of this for people to look at it, and I have the seminar recorded for people who want to check it out later. So, what's been getting the most discussion between people who play Jhin, or people who talk about Jhin, or people who main Jhin is which Jhin build is quotation the best Jhin build, or which Jhin build is, you know, the strongest or the weakest or whatever. So how you want to look at it is this has a lot of base AD and a lot of armor pen. So on average, when I'm snowballing, I'm gonna have these two items finish by 20 minutes, 15 minutes. And when I was looking at the replay, as long as they don't have heroes that start building tank from the start of the game, like Gnar or Maokai, as long as they don't start building tank items from the very beginning of the game, this, along with my room page, is gonna give me 50 flat armor pen. And on average, every champion in the game around 20 minutes is gonna have around 50 to 65 armor if they haven't built, tanky items at the very early game. And if we take, for example, I was against a Sona. She had 50 armor. Since I had 50 flat armor penetration, it reduces her armor to 3. And that's like a 30% increase to my ult, to my W, to my auto attacks. And that is a lot of damage. It's pretty close to 2 damage. So you can see why a lot of people, especially in the higher elo, go this build, because it is very snowballing. And over here, we'll be comparing the damage of it. So, for example, a lot of people try to say, well, if you go the cooldown build, it does a lot more damage and auto attacks, yada yada. So, over here, we have the armor pen builds, and a lot of people say, IE is the best, so let's go with IE. It's not the best, and I'll explain why later, but you see over here, the 80 total, once you get all these 3 core items, are very, very similar. So like let's say, level 8, 247 damage. Your total 80 is 247. If you go over here, it's 184. Why? Because this doesn't have that much base 80 compared to this. But this actually has crit. So you're relying on your crits to do more damage than the armor pen build. So let's say we take level 8, right? It doesn't do 250%, but it does 187%. So we're gonna do 187 times 169. Well, that's a pretty inappropriate number. So this is 360, right? 360 to 247. It gives you, the only time it gives you more damage is if you crit. And this is not including the fact that Sona, instead of having 3 armor, will have 53 armor. And that's a 30% more damage reduction compared to the IE builds. So I'm gonna multiply this by 316 times 0.3. I'll take 30% of this. Then we take 316 minus 94. 22 damage per auto attack if you crit. That's if you crit. And if we go over here, at level 8 you do 247. While over here, you do 222. So even when you crit, you still don't do more damage in the early to mid game than the armor penetration build. And let's say the 3% damage that gets reducted from the armor pen build. So let's put 222. We'll do 0.03. Multiplied by 247. Let's do 247 minus what was it? 24? No, let's do this again. Okay, 7.5. Let's do 7.5 minus 7.5. 239. 239.5. So even when you're auto attacking with the armor pen builds, you do 293 damage per auto attack to that 53 armor Sona. While with your crit builds, this includes when you crit, you still do less damage than the armor pen builds, which is why it is extremely ineffective to build IE as a first item. Especially when you have the choice of going armor pen if they don't have any team comp that has, like, let's say 2 or 3 super tanks. And what a super tank is let's say a Mediocre who builds armor as his first item. Then let's say there's a Braum who has a lot of base armor. And then let's say the jungler is like a Rek'Sai who usually builds super tanky. So that's like 3 super tanks who are gonna have like over 120 armor by like minute 20 or something. And that's the point. That's at the point where the armor pen build will still do a bit more than the crit build. But let's say after 5 minutes, if you don't get Last Whisper and crit, then the armor pen build is gonna be very weak. And I'll be showing examples of this later during the seminar. But this basically shows why the army pen build is the best build for early to mid game when you're snowballing, because I didn't even include the fact that it basically adds true damage to every single ability, even your ultimate, and your ultimate is what's going to allow you to assassinate almost anyone. You know, a Victor mid, a TF mid, a Jinx, a Twitch, a Karma, a Blitz, a Lee Sin, a Rek'Sai, a Pantheon, a Trendamere. As long as you have a good lead and you go the armor pen build, you can kill anyone from full HP with either 3 or 4 shots from your ultimate, as long as you land them. So, before I finish this spreadsheet, because I know a couple people don't like looking at numbers too much, is one of the things that happened was when I was playing around Diamond 3, I lost like 3 games in a row because my jungler failed the easiest smite of his life. But you know, mistakes happen, so I don't blame it on them, I don't get mad. But then I realized that my 4th shot has an execute damage. So that means technically I can't outsmite every jungler at any point of the game. And I'll release this later, but basically I don't recommend trying to outsmite junglers when you have a level 1 passive. But once you reach level 6 or level 11 of your passive, then you'll be able to smite Baron once it reaches 1000 HP. So let's say Baron is at 1000 HP. All you do is use a Q, use your 4 shot, and it's done. You just smited Baron. Congratulations. You just made your jungler feel bad because he didn't even get a chance to use his smites. But the only time you can do this is if you can afford to hold your 4th shot, or by the time you'll reach 1000 HP, you will have your 4th shot ready. Because if they need you to keep auto-attacking it to get it low because you're their main source of damage, you won't be able to smite Baron for the jungler. And another thing is, when you're smiting Dragon, no matter what level you are, no matter what items you are, no matter what level the dragon is, no matter what, as soon as it reaches 1000 HP, if you use your Q and your 4th shot, you will always smite the dragon, no matter what. Because as soon as it reaches 1000, your 4th shot is gonna do like 900 damage, 1000 damage, 1100 damage, and you know, your Q is gonna take care of whatever's left. So that's why you want a Q, then you want a 4th shot once it reaches 1000 HP. And I'll be posting the spreadsheet, I'll be posting the room pages, I'll be posting everything somewhere before or after the seminar. So let's see. First off, we're gonna be doing Waveclear, because one of the discussions I had. Let me bring it up. I'm not gonna show it because I don't like to show people like to point out who said this, who said what, but I was trying to explain why rapid fire cannon is the one and only choice as an attack speed item. And these are the guy's exact words. Rank question mark. You gotta learn to switch up the build when you need to. Different attack speed items like Shiv for Waveclear, Phantom Dancer when they have people who want to 1v1, Rune because it has good scaling for Jhin, i.e. lets you do damage early, and you shouldn't be spamming Q and W early because unless you time it right, you're not doing damage. GA is the best defensive item right now in terms of stats and efficiency, because if you go down, your team can help you, like WTF. It changes based on necessity, but honestly, you sound like a trash Jhin player. So as soon as this guy wrote all this stuff, I was like, if I can just explain to him in a mannered way why he's wrong, without like like, saying anything bad about him. I basically said that you don't need a Phantom Dancer because you need to be with your team. How Jhin works is that he's on a Vayne, he's on a Lucian, he's on a Twitch. You're not supposed to be out on your own trying to, 1v1 people. You're not like Doublelift or Gosu playing Vayne, going out on your own, making all these insane plays and getting kills out of it. And, that's the reason why you don't want Phantom Dancer. You don't want Rune's Hurricane because it's just straight up awful. If you have like 500 range as Jhin, and Runan's efficiency depends if you're like super close to like more than one person. You're not doing the right job as an ADC, buddy. If you're like within 500 range of three members of the enemy team. And I'm pretty sure everyone here knows why Rune's is a bad choice, because it doesn't help you at all, literally, at nothing. And a lot of people have this opinion that Static Shiv is really good for Waveclear, which it actually is. But you don't really need the Waveclear from Static Shiv if you know how to use your E, W, and Q to quickly wave clear huge amounts of minions within like 2, 3, or 4 seconds. Because even if you have a static shiv, it's not gonna help you instantly clear a wave in like 2 or 3 seconds. That's why you want to use your trap, your W, and your Q to set up good wave clear. I think and the reason why Rapid Fire Cannon is the best attack speed item is because it gives you a lot of range for your auto attacks, especially your fourth auto attack in a team fight. So how it works is, let's say you have Ghost Blade, or let's say you have a lot of movement speed from, Rapid Fire Cannon and your boots. How it works is, as soon as you get in range of someone and you auto attack them once, you can W them, and boom, they're snared for close to 2 seconds. Then you quickly ult, you shoot them down, they die, or they get slowed and don't die, but your teammates are there to help you kill the person you caught out. And in a lot of team fights, you'll see in the replays where rapid fire lets me do a ton of damage and execute people without getting myself in a bad position where I can be killed. And one thing about GA that a lot of people have an opinion about, which is like a couple ADC players in Diamond buy GA, but I would say about 10% buy GA. And everyone below Diamond, well, not everyone, but a good amount of people believe GA is the best defensive item, and you should buy defensive items on ADCs. I'm one of those people that, as a Jhin player specifically, just referring to my knowledge as Jhin, you should never ever buy a defense item. Like, there's only going to be a 1% time where you should be buying a defense item on Jhin, and that's GA if the enemy has a Rengar, a Talon, and a Twitch, and they all just want to kill you so they can finally win the game and get over it, because Jhin can stall like crazy. But the reason why GA is really bad, along with every other defensive item in the game, is that when you're relying on like a Banshee or a Randon or a GA, for Jhin specifically, not including any other ADC, is that you're basically saying, oh, I'm gonna come into a range where the enemy team will be able to attack me with their AD or magic abilities. And since I'm gonna be in a bad position, I want to make sure I have defensive items, so just in case I get caught making a mistake, everything's okay. Well, because you're basically sacrificing damage output, since you got a defensive item, you're basically, bandaging your mistakes with defensive items. So if you make a mistake with positioning or anything like that, it's okay, dude. You bought a defensive item. It's basically insurance. But at the same time, it decreases your output, your damage output with Jhin by a lot. Like, instead of having a GA, you could have had an extra crit item that would have given you like 60 AD and more crit, and that 60 AD gets amplified by the masteries, by the rune page, by the armor pen, by the bonus armor pen from Last Whisper, and once you have Last Whisper, it increases your total damage against anyone who has a little bit of HP more than you by 15%. So every item slot that you sacrifice for a defensive item reduces your damage output by a lot. And the thing is, the guy who started saying that you need to have more choices is that some people believe you should have more choices. You should. It's very situational. When sometimes, in this situation with Jhin, specifically, there is no situation where you should be choosing anything but rapid fire cannon. You don't need to overcomplicate things. You don't need to always be switching your item builds. Usually there's gonna be like for tanks, usually they're the ones that have a lot of situational items and AP mages. But with Jhin and specifically, you don't want to overcomplicate things. You don't want to say, oh, there will be times where you need Static Shiv or Phantom Dancer or Zhonya's or GA or any of that stuff. You don't need to overcomplicate it. You just need to build properly so you can have the most damage output, and with good positioning, you'll be able to help your team win fights, especially when behind. And GA is the best defensive item. I agree with him. It's right in terms of stats and gold efficiency. That's why the most common roles that buy GA are jungle and top tanks. Let's say Tank Echo, he goes in, he CCs people, he slows people, he creates pressure, or a Rek'Sai who goes in, flashes, knocks people up, then dies. These are the people who should have GA. People who are gonna die engaging and controlling the enemy team for their ADC to deal damage. Because if my junglers go GA, I'll know that once they go in, I need to make sure to do the damage, because what they're doing is that they're sacrificing themselves, their HP, in order to get the enemy in a position where the ADC and the mid laner can, just wipe the enemy team. That's why when you're playing tanks, at least in high elo, you want to be the person who relies on your ADC, because usually your ADC is going to make sure that if you make a play or if you control the fight, he's gonna deal the damage. He's gonna make sure that everything gets done and that the enemy team dies. But if, for example, the ADC has no map awareness and he's not paying attention to his tank's gonna end up dying for no reason. So I just wanted to get that out of the way in terms of item builds. And over here you'll see, I believe it's Waveclear 3. Let me take out my my sheet. Alright, so we'll start with Waveclear number 1. Let's go at 1250. And you'll see different patterns in which I use my E and my W and my Q to Waveclear. So let's go to 250. Alright, 250. No, this is the wrong one, I believe. Shit, my bad. Alright, Waveclear number 1. Okay, 846. There we go, 846. Alright, pay attention to this minion wave. I put a trap, I hit this minion, I hit this minion, and boom, the entire wave is clear. This is something you can do in lane when you want to push the wave if the enemy Ashe, because the enemy Ashe W can push waves really easily, but if you think about how you can use your E, W, Q, and auto attacks, you can easily clear a wave and push it. And I'm recording this so you can just like rewatch everything. You can just rewatch everything in case you miss it. So let's go Waveclear number 10. I think it happens around 10 minutes. Alright, look. I put a trap here. put another trap. And then I end up missing that one minion. But you can see that when you have big waves, you want to think about how you can distribute the damage with your E, W, and auto tech. And then once you get specific minions low enough, you can use your Q to automatically kill like 4 minions or 3 minions and a cannon minion. Let's go to 1330. So far I'm just giving examples because it's really hard to just explain on how to do it. So I'm hoping that by showing you how I do it is that you can think about like, oh, it works like this. So over here I hit that minion and then boom, it gets cleared. And now I can back away quickly without taking too much time to push the wave. And now the wave's over here, so some of the wave is going to be denied to the ADC, and if it's not some of the wave, it's going to be the entire wave. So it's very important that you think about waves to Waveclear with your E, W, and or Q, because it's going to allow you to get the wave into a position you might want it, or it will allow you to deny the enemy ADC's creeps. Let's go to 1452. 1452 over here. I believe it starts around here. Alright, so I'm in my lane. I can pay attention to my positioning in the minimap, and I don't have my support. So I'm gonna wave clear this without risking my positioning. And there. All 4 are dead within like 2 seconds. And I got all the creeps as well, without risking my positioning to get like poked or ulted by the Ashe, because I made sure I was close to my tower. And then here's a gank that happened. Nothing much to be said over there. Alright, let's go to 2119. 2119. And just in case people have really bad internet, because I grew up in Jordan and I had bad internet to the point where my streams, when I watched streams, were really bad quality and sometimes they were blurry, is that I'm gonna upload this whole thing on YouTube, so in case people can't see it clearly due to their internet, they can just watch it on YouTube and let it buffer. That's just a small note I'm gonna mention. Alright. So over here, there's gonna be a big wave, and in this point someone would say, oh, if you had static shiv, you know, that would have been easy. I place my trap, I use my W, I use my Q on the right position, I stand still to let the cannon and the minions behind get hit by the trap, but the last 2 minions didn't get hit by the trap because Thresh aggroed them. But you really want to know that your trap as a Jhin is actually more or less one of the most important aspects about Jhin, because you can use your traps to stop big pushes by the enemy team. You can use your traps to create really efficient wave clears. You can use your trap placements to get really good pickoffs. You can use your traps to make sure the jungler never ganks you, because they're basically mini wards. And you can use your traps to peel your team when you're retreating. And I'll have a few examples of trap placements as well. And let's see. I think this is it for this replay. Yeah, this is it for this replay. Okay, we'll go to Waveclear 2. And over here you can see the only item I have is Derek's Blade, so it's only giving me flat AD. But I Q these minions, I place a trap, I W, I make sure to auto attack the minion with full HP, and then over here I realize that if I 4-shot this minion in specific, the other minions would have been able to kill these minions while I was reloading, and that my Q probably would have only killed one of them. So I quickly stop myself from using the fourth shot, and as soon as my Q comes down, I use the Q and I get all three of them without sacrificing one or two minions. And then, let's see, I think it was Waveclear 3. Let's go to 630. And over here is a technique that I use that I've never seen a Jhin player use before. At least from my experience of playing against Jhin players in my elo, I've never seen a Jhin do this. Which, if you know, in the map, I saw a big wave coming. And I don't have a Waveclear item. I don't have Static Shiv. So what I do is that I place two traps in front of each other. And what happens is that once the wave reaches here, the wave is gonna slow down, and by the time this one starts being activated, it'll blow up because the minions were slowed down by the previous trap. But I don't think you see it until the next wave. So over here, we're gonna skip this. Alright, so here the big minion wave is gonna come for the traps. Alright, so they get really low. You see, all of them are really low right now. I'm gonna hit the cannon, and I basically cleared the entire minion wave by myself except for the last two. The last two, they would have died without the Gangplank barrel because of the Q doing more damage after each Q. But yeah. So that's how you want to think when the enemy has a big wave coming to push your lane. Is you want to use your traps, your W, and your Q efficiently, and you want to spread out the damage so you can make sure they all die around the same time. This is the reason why Static Shiv is not that great on Jhin, because if you know how to use your E, W, and Q properly to wave clear, you'll end up using around 150 mana to wave clear any lane. And, you know, Static Shiv sacrificed the extra range from rapid fire just for wave clearing. And if you can just learn how to wave clear using the techniques that I'm showing, you're never gonna see the point of ever getting Static Shiv. And I think that's enough examples for Jhin's wave clear. Next we're gonna go to trap placement. This is one of the most important aspects of Jhin besides skill shotting with your W and your ultimate. So after I show you the examples, I'm gonna bring out the map and I'm gonna be placing traps on the league map, showing you the best spots you want to place your traps and when it's a good idea to place a trap there. So the first example we're gonna use is Waveclear 1. We're gonna go to 250, 1250 actually. Alright, so over here the Ashe is running away, but because I placed a trap placement here in case someone came to remove a pink ward, or in case someone came to gank like the jungler or the mid laner, or I have a Thresh who comes over here and hooks the enemy into the trap. It has a lot of uses for a lot of different situations that could possibly happen. So in this situation specifically, the Ashe is trying to run away after losing the fight, and she gets slowed. She ends up living by just a bit of HP, so that was unfortunate, but it shows you how far having good trap placement can do for you. And of course I end up sniping her with my W before my teammates even clean her up. Let's see, let's go to trade Sona. Actually, now that you say do a mid run like Tyler, there are times where when I'm super behind, I will go and set up really good ganks with Jin's W and ultimate, which no other ADC can do. No other ADC can do very efficient and effective mid ganks as Jhin can do as an ADC, which is one of the reasons why he is one of the strongest ADCs in the game. So let's go to trade Sona. Let's go to minute 39. Where is minute 39? Alright, so nah, this one isn't good. Alright, let's go to scripter ER build. So I won't be going too much into this replaying specifically, but basically we played against scripters, and it was a situation where I had to build Essence Reaver with rapid fire cannon to make sure we used the most we could. Let me see, which minute is it at? I think it was around here. Okay, yeah, it's around here. 39, maybe. Hmm. 36. Okay, 36 maybe. Alright, over here. This is gonna show you how far trap placement can go. Yeah, okay, over here. So I noticed the Kog'Maw coming to gank a bit earlier. So what I'm gonna do is that I am going to control where he moves based on where my traps are placed. So let me go to 36. Alright. So over here, you see Cog. I notice Cog's coming. I place an E right there. Suddenly he's forced to move here, because if he gets slowed for 40% for like 3 seconds, then you know, that's it. He can't gank anymore because he's too slowed and he has to give up. So he tries to move right and gank. But I place another trap. So he has 2 decisions. He either walks this way, but he's obviously not going to do that because then we can just easily kill him. So instead he just tries to use his scripting to do as much damage as possible on Kog'Maw. But the Rek'Sai jumps on him, I W him, and we don't even give him a chance to deal out a lot of damage. But you can actually see, he got a tank Rek'Sai below 50% HP because he landed every single ability including his ultimate perfectly. And then we kill Urgot with the 4th shot, and you know, we won that engage, and I was able to control Kog'Maw's positioning because of my trap placements. If I didn't put that second trap, he probably would have came closer to me and tried to kill me, and then his team would be able to follow up and help him out. Let's see. Mistakes were made. 25. I think it happens around 25. $25.30. Alright, so we end up losing a team fight here because we get a bad engage or bad positioning from someone. And over here, you can see the Akali gives up because she can't chase me. But you can see the Shen walks here, and then he walks into the fog to try to catch me. And by the time he's walking, he's around here right now. And I place the trap over here. And if he's here, you can see Jhin placing the trap. Even if you don't have vision of Jhin, you'll notice the trap animation. So what went into Shen's mind was, oh, Jhin placed a trap here, so I either have to walk all the way around, or I have to walk through the tri-bush, move around the longer route, or I move this way, I get slowed, and I waste my time. So I just by this one trap placement, I basically said, "Yo, Shen, you gotta give up because you're never gonna get me because of this one trap." And that's it about trap placing, at least from the replays. And now I am going to open up Paint. Good old Microsoft Paint. I am going to drag the map over here. Zoom it out. Let's go. Nah, this is too big. Let's go over here. By the way, for people who have questions, I'll be answering everything near the end because I just want to go through the basics, because it's most likely I'll be answering your questions while I'm explaining the lesson. I'm gonna open up another paint. I'm gonna take this trap. I'm going to resize it. Let's make it tiny. Alright, let's go over here. Alright, so I'm going to be placing the traps on good spots that you should have them. The thing is, your trap placements depends heavily on which side of the team you're in. So just imagine you're on red team for this one. Just imagine that. Let's see. Let's put a couple over here. Over here. Over here. Over here. Here. I think that's most of the most important traps when you're red side. Alright. So I'm gonna explain which each of the traps do for you as a Jhin player. When you have this trap over here and this trap over here, usually if you don't let the enemy see that you place a trap, they're not going to randomly go into the bush for at least a minute before it being triggered. And let's say you're 5 minutes into the game, you don't want to be ganked by a jungler, so what you're gonna do is you're gonna put a trap here. If the enemy support notices it, they're gonna try to remove it, so you just try to place it here. These two are basically the same, but this one's better because it stops them from coming through here and coming through here, while this one only stops them from coming through here. And you're gonna have this trap over here, this one over here, this one over here. So as long as you try to keep these traps up constantly, even with a side zone or without a side zone, it's going to become very hard for a jungler to gank you. And if you place 3 or 2 or 4 traps, and if you notice the ADC and these support and if you notice the ADC or support are purposely walking over all the traps, this is a good indication that they're trying to scout out all your trap placements to make room for the jungler to gank. So either way, if the traps are up, you know the jungler isn't there, and if the jungler tries to gank and he hits a trap, you know you're being ganked. And if the support or ADC suddenly start removing most of your traps, you know they're trying to help the jungler get a gank. Yeah, that's true. I didn't mention Zach early, which is something I forgot that I remembered yesterday, is that trap placements don't work against Zacs unless you put a trap deep into their jungle. So for example, let's say you kill the bot lane, but you're not able to take a dragon or a tower. What you could do is usually Zac's gonna try to gank from here, so you can try to place two traps over here. Or you can place one trap over here, because if he's usually gonna come over here, clear parts of his jungle, and after he clears it, he's gonna come to gank. And another thing is you could put a trap over here or over here. And then, for example, if it's a Zac or someone who's a long range ganker, they'll be hitting the traps super early. And let's say you're doing Dragon or you're doing Baron. If you're on red side, you want to place your traps around this area over here. So one over here to slow them down, and when they get closer, they're slowed down again. And then the same thing over here. And if they're slowed down, you can just W it and delay it even more. Because when you're reloading and doing Baron, you can auto attack, do Baron, and while you're reloading, that's 2 seconds where you're doing nothing. And if you have traps up, you can start placing them around Baron in choke points. And another thing is, generally when there's only one way to move through a route, you can put one trap. So for example, usually what enemy junglers do when you're on red side is that they might try to tower dive you, but if you place a trap over here and if you place a trap over here, they won't be able to gank you because they'll be hitting this trap and they'll be like, oh, they know that I'm near their bot lane and near the jungle and they're trying to gank me. And that's pretty much it for trap placements. And another thing is, when you're in team fights, let's say the entire enemy team is around this area and your team is around this area, you can start placing traps sort of like this. So you place a trap here, you place a trap here. So if they start trying to take the quickest rate to reach your team, they won't be able to reach you. While if they're forced to walk around your traps, that's gonna take a lot of extra time, and that gives you enough time to retreat with your team safely without anyone dying. And of course, sometimes in the late game, when you choose good trap placements, someone on the enemy team is gonna get hit and marked, and if you W and ult them, then you basically made a pick for the mid to late game. And with that, you and your team can capitalize on this and get a lot of objectives, or force a team fight and get even more objectives. I'm not gonna explain the same trap placement for blue side, but I'll make another blue side trap placement and then I'll post it somewhere as well. Yeah, in case people are lagging, it might be the internet, because right now I'm keeping it at where you'll have good quality, but it won't demand too much internet. So right now I believe you need at least 7,000 kilobits per second to get a good quality while not having it freezing or anything. So if your internet is below that, you might have quality issues or it might be slowing down. And I'm gonna be recording this and posting it on YouTube for people who want to check the the seminar without it lagging. Yeah, I would say that trap placement with Jhin is similar to Teemo, in which case it can cause a lot of opportunities for you and your team. So that's it for trap placement. We're gonna go over here. Trap placement, Waveclear, we're done with these. Alright, we're gonna do trading real quick. So I'm not gonna go too much because trading is a very difficult subject to be taught. But I'm just gonna show you what trading looks like with Jhin. So whenever you see the enemy walking in a certain position, you'll be able to trade with them easily and win the trade. So if I go to 908, or actually 9, you see over here we're both level 1. A lot of people know that Sona is one of the best early game supports because of her ability to poke and win trades. But against Jhin, she loses a lot of trades. So over here I have 2 shots, right? I don't want to waste the first shot on the first minion because I have a feeling the Sona is gonna walk up to me, use her Q, auto attack me, then run away. So what I end up doing is okay, apparently I did auto attack the first minion to get the fourth shot ready. But basically what I did was I got the fourth shot ready because I knew she was coming for a trade over here. And then, you know, I Q fourth shot, she Q'd, auto attacked me, and you can notice she loses about 40% of her HP. And I lost like, let's say maybe 10% of my HP, maybe 8 or something like that. And you can see how I won the trade against Sona with just one auto attack and one Q. And she used her Q and her Q auto attack. And I won that trade pretty hard as well. And then let's go to 1150. 1150. Alright, so over here, I believe we get into a large trade engagements. So the Karma marks the vein. I hit the Sona. I go for another Q. And percentage-wise, we won that trade really hard because I lost 40% of my HP. But Sona lost at the time like 30%. And Vayne lost like 50%. And another thing is you want to always pay attention to the enemy's positioning because over here I punished Kiwikid when he walks up too close when we have it warded. So you see how I'm walking straight, right? So they don't know that this is warded or they might have forgotten it's warded, but I'm walking straight and I'm not making it obvious that I'm prepared to right click the Sona. So as soon as I get in range, and as soon as Kiwikid gets close enough, I quickly move my direction, I Q, and I fourth shot. And he just took a lot of unnecessary damage because he wasn't respecting the fourth shot trading with Jhin. And these trades are more punishing when you use the 19 armor pen rune page, which is what I usually use. And those are like little opportunities that you can be looking when you're trading. And I'll go over one more trade, and then we'll move on to another basic. Or let's see, I think it's, which one? I think it's this one, yeah. Alright. So over here, since basically in my head, Jhin wins every trade in every lane in my head. So what I do over here is I position myself behind this minion, right? I position myself behind this minion, and I'm just standing there. I'm making sure I don't move up out of the I don't move in front of the minion, but basically there are two choices Ezreal has. He has the choice to, one, farm that minion, and when you're farming, you can't move, you can't use an ability when your auto attack animation is in place. So that's his first choice. His second choice is he can Q the minion and walk back, or he can farm the minion and throw a Q at me as soon as the minion dies. But I think he does the first choice. So over here, I'm just behind the minion, so if he Qs, it won't actually hit me, because I've done a lot of this positioning with Ezreal, so I have roughly an idea of the exact hitbox of the minion to block skill shots, even though it might look like I'm in front of it or anything. And the same thing applies to Thresh sometimes too. So I Q, I auto attack, and you see, he actually just autos the minion, and he does nothing else, because I predicted that he would just walk up, auto attack the minion, and he just took so much damage just for auto attacking that minion. And that is something you want to keep in mind when you're trading with Jhin, with his Q and his fourth shot, because you can make trades like these consistently because people don't pay attention to these tiny things. And I believe at the time of this match, everyone was like Diamond 2, Diamond 1. So you can notice that Diamond 2 and Diamond 1s don't even notice these things. And Ezreal was close to full HP, and he roughly lost half HP just for that one mistake. And this is what helps you get the lead. When you make trades like these consistently, like I do, it's easier to snowball without there really being any chance of you not snowballing. Yeah, and what Popstar Ari said is that that works on a lot of other champions, but I'm just showing how it works specifically with Jhin. So what you learned from here, you can apply to many other ADCs. So for example, with Ezreal, one of the tricks I do is if I see an enemy hiding behind a low HP minion, I'll auto attack that low HP minion, and then I'll throw out a Q, so as soon as the minion dies, my Q hits him. I won't use my Q too early or too late, but I'll do it at the right time so he doesn't have any time to react and dodge it. So we're done with Waveclear, we're done with trap placement. Let's go to closing the line. And then I'll move to positioning and ability use. So what closing the line means is that it's a really cool trick with Jhin's ult that I doubt anyone really knows. Like if I had to include myself and other Jhin players, I'd say maybe about 50 Jhin players in the world will use their ult like this, or maybe 100 Jhin players. Because it's something that a lot of people don't think about, and to someone who isn't a Jhin player or who isn't really that experienced, they'll be like, oh, this Jhin is missing so many shots. So first, I'll start off with one of the clips. So let's see, where is it? I think it's in ability use. Looking for opportunities. Let me look for it real quick. Okay. Okay, I think I remember where it is. No, it was when we were behind, yes. Alright, so ability use builds, playing from behind. I'm not gonna go too much into it because I just want to go through the basics, and then for people who want to see more detailed ideas of how to use your lead and how to play from behind can stay and watch it. But I don't want to take too much time to get through the basics because I know a lot of people aren't going to be aren't going to be able to like watch everything. Alright. Let me see. Is Q too long? Oh wait. You can auto attack here. Honestly, I'd say there's a lot of stuff you can do in Diamond 1 because a lot of the times Diamond 1 players, including myself, will make very sloppy mistakes here and there. So it even happens in Diamond 1 as well. Just not very often, but it does happen. Let's see. Is this Victor? Yeah, it's Victor. We have a Nidalee. Okay, so I'm gonna skip through the end. Alright, so over here, I haven't been able to see if there's a name on it, but what I decided to call it is closing the line with Jhin ults. So what you do is that you force the enemy positioning into two ways. So over here, my ult, right? He has two decisions. He walks to the bottom, he risks getting hit, and then he wastes time to run away and recall at a safe distance. And if he does that, it's gonna give us a lot of time to just 5v4. And actually Nami's dead, so we can actually 5v3 if he chooses to walk down a long way and then recall. Or he can quickly move to this gate and then be safe, but he still has the potential of getting hit by my shots. But it's a lot harder because I'm not gonna have vision in his base. Or he can choose to keep walking forward while trying to dodge and reach the end range of my ultimate. So what I do is I shoot this way, right? And he notices that I'm shooting this way. So all of a sudden, he quickly moves down because I'm shooting this way. And my idea is I'm gonna keep shooting closer and closer from up to the bottom. That way I can set up my Nidalee to be in a really good position to land a spear on Victor and to help execute the Victor. And then he tries to walk up again to dodge the bullet, but you can see my first bullet went from here to here, and then it went down to here. So it slowly closes the line to the point where he can't keep moving into a certain direction to dodge the bullet, as long as you're rapidly shooting your bullet and not leaving any amount of time between your shots. Luckily the third one hits it, but the spear misses, and my fourth shot misses. But since I forced him into this position instead of allowing him to escape into his base, the Nidalee was able to flash on the Victor, deal damage, I landed W, and I believe he dies here. Yeah, Tyrek flashes and he dies. And that's one of the small things about Jhin with his ultimate that you could think about when you're using it, especially when people are put into that positioning. And I'll show another clip which is a bit better in my opinion because it was pretty game impacting. So over here, the enemy team gets Dragon, they all recall, but I see Jax at low HP. But this guy's not actually at low HP if you're playing any other ADC. But since I have Armor Pen, since Jhin does a ton of damage, if he's fed with the Armor Pen build, in my head, he's really low. So I'm like, I can kill this guy. So I wait for him to push because I don't want to land my W, because if it misses, I can't kill him anymore. Or if I ult, he'll have a chance to run away. So I wait for him to get closer to this cannon minion. Right? He's auto-attacking. And right here, he's trying to kill this minion in specifically. So I know he's gonna most likely stay in that one spot until he kills it. So at this point, I'm like, alright, this is the point where I throw my W. So I'm gonna throw my W. He tries to dodge it, but it's too late. And now over here, I throw my first shot. I notice he moves down. So instead of predicting he'll move upwards here and like trying to wait and shoot upwards, I'm just gonna close the line and rapidly shoot. But every time it'll keep going downwards, and if he tries to move here, he's gonna get hit. And if he tries to move here, he's not gonna be hit by me, but you can see, like the last clip where Victor had a choice between my bullets or Nidalee, he's gonna have a choice between my bullets or Trundle. And these are the things you have to think about when using your ult sometimes when you want to get a pick or when someone's in a bad position. And you know, my first bullet was here, now my bullet is here, and now he's moving down. But at this point he realizes that there's a Trundle coming and that there's a Jhin shooting at him. But most of the time, you know, most players would have moved this way, but I'm using my trick, so 100% a couple of my shots will hit. So you know, the first shot was here, and then the second shot was here, and basically he kept trying to juke my shots upwards and downwards, but I didn't give him any opportunity to outplay me because I was closing the line. So the first shot was here, the second shot was here, or actually the first shot was here, the second shot went here, and then the third shot went here. And once they're hit by a single bullet, every other bullet is really easy to land as long as you don't take more than like 0.25 seconds, because you want to be spamming that R and aiming as soon as one of the bullets hit. Because as soon as they're slowed, it's like guaranteed that you'll land every single bullet unless they have a flash or unless they get a shit ton of movement speed from a heal or their teammates. And as soon as he gets hit by the second bullet, I'm already closing the line. I use the fourth shot a little bit below the third shot, and boom, he dies. And I've never actually seen people's reactions to my Jhin before. So someone told me about the Jax, right? I only knew the Jax about like, dude, I remember playing against this Jax. His Hecarim is really strong, and I've never won against his Hecarim, even as a Jhin. But he was like, "Oh, really? This Jax streams." So I went to check his highlights to see if I could get a reaction from him. And he basically explains it in a pretty similar way. So I'm gonna put it from his perspective.
It's really risky to be this far out, honestly. What the? Holy shit. I didn't think you would expect me to juke back twice. Juking back twice is just like... That is a ballsy play. It requires balls.
Alright, so that was his reaction about what I did to him. And that's the thing about, using that tactic, closing the line with Jin's ults, is that no matter what they trying to do to dodge the shots, unless they have like an ability to flash or dash, or they have some ability that gives them a ton of movement speed, they won't be able to, dodge every single shot. And as long as you dodge at least the third bullet, you're gonna be able to kill them. And the thing is, if I only got the fourth shot, it wouldn't have killed the Jax. So I had to kill him after landing the third shot, because if only the fourth shot landed, he wouldn't have died. Alright, let's see. I think that's enough for closing the line. Uh, we'll go to ability use, would be quicker. So ability use is I'm gonna be showing you little things when you use Jin's ability, where it's very tiny things, but these very tiny things can make the biggest differences in your games. So I won't really be able to explain too much, but I'll explain my thought process. So let me see. I think it was around here. Yeah. So over here, Victor's pretty low, right? So I throw my grenade on the first minion. I auto attack the second minion. So far my Q has like a 50% amplifier to its damage. And as soon as the Q hits the second minion, and then it hits Ezreal. It hits Victor. So you can see the first chunk of damage was from I believe it was Ezreal, and then the second amount of damage was from my Q. So since he's beyond the point where he can get healed by Sona and stay in lane without risking his life, he's gonna be walking back to base. And because of this little thing of getting hit by Ezreal Q, because I cleared the minions. Because what Ezreal noticed is that I was gonna queue those minions. So as soon as the minions were cleared from my grenade, because Ezreal noticed my grenade mid-air, he threw his Q, so his Q would land the Victor right after the minions get cleared. And at the same time, since my grenade cleared the two minions, my grenade has 50% extra damage. So with the Ezreal Q and with my Q, it takes Victor into a very low amount of HP, and because they're one man short, and because Victor is one of the most important people with Waveclear, we're able to take this tower for free. And now the enemy's in a bad position because some of them had to go heal or buy items, and now that we got this tower for free with no contests. And Victor gets caught. I land a W, I secure it. Let me see. You know, Darius and Sona get caught. I kill the Sona because she's the only one who's gonna die to my fourth shot. I land a W on Darius. Nidalee is able to jump on Darius because I helped keep him in place. And since here's one of the things about Duskblade is that if you instantly kill someone before your Duskblade procs, it doesn't go on cooldown, which is one of the reasons why I said if I'm gonna use my fourth shot on someone, I'm gonna use it on Sona. That way I can save the Duskblade for another priority target. And because I managed to save Duskblade, it was Graves who got hit by the Duskblade, and now he's dead. And I believe the Lucian gets caught by Nidalee and Shen. And that's it. It's game. All because of Victor getting poked by my Q and Ezreal Q, we were able to capitalize on it. They had to go back. They couldn't defend their base properly. They couldn't defend their towers properly, and they were never in a good team position because they were split after that one time of poking down the Victor. And this is how every little tiny thing you do with Jhin or almost any champion can heavily impact the game. Which is why as soon as I make a mistake, I'll think in my head, I shouldn't have done this, I should have done that, because every tiny mistake, they usually have big consequences one way or the other. So maybe you miss a lot of CS that could have stopped you from getting an item that would have helped you a lot later in the game, or you would have missed a kill because you made a mistake, and because of that mistake you don't have extra damage, and then in the future when people start living on like 10 HP, you can say, oh, if I didn't make that mistake earlier with missing that one kill, then those other two people that lived on really low HP would have been dead. Over here, you wanna poke for objectives with your ultimate. It's a bit similar with the Victor Q, but at this point, I was with my Braum. I noticed there's a Lulu who's alone. My Braum lands a Q, and at this point, I have the intention to kill the Lulu. So I land a W. I use my ultimate. She takes a lot of damage. She's almost dead, but she doesn't die. And at this point, a lot of people would have just cancelled their ults because they know they don't have enough shots to kill Kha'Zix. But I did it anyway because as long as they're really low, that means they need to go all the way to base and regen. And from over here, I'm looking at the map as well, and I noticed that they poked out the Victor. So as soon as they poke out the Victor, and as soon as I poke out the Kha'Zix and Lulu, we just start grouping mid quickly, spamming ping that we gotta push this quickly because they're all poked down. And if you notice, the Vlad has 108 armor, but that doesn't relate to what I'm doing. So let's see Lulu. Where's Lulu's armor? Alright, so I think it's highlighted near the end. No, it's not highlighted. But basically, when I checked the armor, Lulu had 60 armor and Kha'Zix had like 65 armor. And I had 50 armor pen. So just because my ult was able to do that much damage, they were forced to go heal and they couldn't come back into the mid lane to defend. And just because I poked them and my team managed to almost kill Vlad and basically poke him out, we were able to get the mid tower, and then we were able to get the mid inhib for free because the Lulu and Kha'Zix were still healing in their base. So these are one of the little things you want to think about when you have a lead or when you have opportunities, because if people start getting poked out like that, or if you have the chance to use your ult to poke a certain amount of people or potentially kill them, even if you didn't kill them, but if you poke them out, you can say it'll take them 20 seconds to come back, like both of them or three of them, so we need to quickly push mid, get the objective because we have 20 seconds, and then after the 20 seconds are over, if you think you can keep going, you keep going. If you don't think you have enough time to keep going and the enemy's already grouped up, you just go back and take what you got. Let's see, looking for opportunities. So when you're behind, or when you're not super ahead with Jhin, you want to look for opportunities, because how it works with Jhin is that even if you're behind in CS or you're not really as ahead as you would want to be, every kill helps you. The seminar is gonna go for like 30 more minutes, where I'm gonna finish explaining all the basics, and then if people want to stay and see me analyze like a replay from being behind or ahead, they can stay. But I should cover all the basics and most of the quick tips and info about Jhin after like 30 minutes. So over here you can see Jax, kills the Trundle. One of the mistakes the Trundle does is that he has a ward here, but he doesn't realize that Jax can actually kill him, because Trundle knows Jax is here, but he doesn't respect the Jax, or he doesn't know how much Jax is capable of, so he tries to stop Jax alone, and then he just ends up dying. And then the Jax, the Jax BMs my teammate. So after that, after he kills my teammate and uses the emote, it's like, you know what? This is a really good opportunity to get a kill and help me get back into the game. At the same time, I don't appreciate that he BM'd my teammate, so I want to go kill him. So I start pinging Bard. I say, yo Bard, let's go gank top. The Jax is gonna keep pushing and we have enough damage to kill him. So Bard starts helping me. We start walking up the top lane. Bard uses a tunnel. And I believe, yeah, Jax warded this, but I guess he didn't really respect us, or he didn't really... there was like a delay from when he noticed we walked over the ward. And then I kill him. So it's like, these are the opportunities you want to pay attention to around the map to help you get behind. Because I noticed the Trundle was up there, and because the Jax was low and he kept pushing, I was able to kill Jax and, add another 300 gold to my pocket to help me come back into the game. And another thing is, it really only applies to Jax, but basically I start shooting the Jax even though he's using his counter, because I want to get my fourth shot as soon as possible, because he's at a point where my fourth shot will kill him alone. So I quickly waste my third and second shot on his counter strike, and at this point I'm like, all I need to do is auto attack the Jax with my fourth shot, and then the last tower hit plus the fourth shot would be able to execute the Jax. And these are the sort of opportunities you want to pay attention to all around the map, because these are like easy ways to come back into the game, to get you an extra kill or two, and it'll help you, get more items to carry in the mid to late game, especially if you're not that ahead or if you're behind. And here's another ability use where the fourth shot does the most damage out of any shot, and I'm sure almost everyone knows this. The fourth shot basically does double the damage of every other shot before it, right? So over here, my jungler dies because he doesn't realize that we can't actually kill Tristana. He gets jumped on, and I believe there's a team fight here, right? Yeah. And basically what happens over here is that I'm in a good position to assassinate either the Tristana, the Jax, or the Nami. So right now, I sort of want to get Nami low to sort of help my teammates fight that side. But as soon as I realize the Nami is already pretty low, I try to go for the Tristana. And as long as the enemy champion doesn't randomly get movement speed, you can try to predict where they'll be moving. And here's the thing. I shoot it here to purposely make the Tristana know where I'm shooting the shot, because she wouldn't have been able to run quick enough here because she's still trying to help her teammates and she's trying to remove this ward. So as soon as I notice that she comes back into my range, I already wasted my 3 shots, and now my 4th shot is gonna be enough to just blow her up. And the reason why this is important is because my 3rd shot, if I had hit it, would have only done like 700 damage or 600 damage. And at the same time, I checked in the replay that the Tristana had flash and heal. So by making sure the only bullet I actually hit was the 4th shot, is that I ensured the 4th shot would have instantly killed her, and it wouldn't allow her to have any reaction to flash, heal, or anything at all. This really isn't like you don't really get opportunities to do this too common, in which where you're gonna really need to try to execute them with the 4th shot because they might react as soon as one of them hits them. But this is something you can keep in mind when you're ulting with Jhin. And another one is just a clutch hitbox with the ult, where at this point I wanted to kill the Jhin. I wanted to kill the Echo. So I don't land the 2nd shot. I land the 3rd shot, and at this point you see the Katarina, the Nami, and the Echo trying to dodge it. But the thing is, Echo uses E like maybe half a second or a second before, probably half a second before my 4th shot got shot. So I was like, oh, Echo's gonna try to move this way, and if I make sure to curve it enough to the point where it won't hit Nami, but it'll go through Nami, it could hit the Echo. And because it like went just around the inch of Nami, like I'm pretty sure it was really close to hitting Nami, but luckily, I aimed it properly enough where that wasn't the case. But then this shot kills Echo, and then I can't remember what we got out of it, but I think we got like 2 or 1 tower or a dragon because Echo got caught like that. So it's like you yourself as a Jhin player can make a lot of stuff happening based on how you use your ult and how you use your W. Okay, we finished this. We finished this. Alright. So now we're going to positioning, which I'm going to show you different clips of different Jhin positioning. So I'll start off with this one. This one's one of my favorites. So this is my friend playing the Nocturne. He's also the greediest player I've ever met, or the greediest friend I've ever had. So what he does is he baits them. yeah, that's what he does. He baits them. So he goes over here trying to get a kill. He walks into the jungle trying to look for wards to remove or look for farm to take. And over here, they have vision of him, so he's in a really bad position to get caught. And while this is happening, I'm doing dragon, but at the same time, I'm paying attention. So in my mind, I'm like, as soon as I get this dragon, I'm gonna walk up, get into a good ult position, and save my friend. My greedy friend. So luckily Gangplank noticed this as well, and I took advantage of this. So I quickly get into place. I land a W on the Kog'Maw because Kog'Maw is trying to get out of the Gangplank ults. And because of how Nocturne baited them, well, he didn't exactly bait him, but he got him into a really bad positioning. They start splitting as soon as the Gangplank ults. And the thing is, the Kog'Maw had really bad ADC positioning, in which case he should not have been that close to being the front line. He should be more leaning towards the back around his support or around his jungler or anything like that. But because of this, they get in a really good position for me to land my shots. So I shot the first one to the first shot was similar to closing the line, where the first shot basically says, "Yo, if you move this way, you're gonna get hit." And then he notices after the first shot misses that I'm gonna keep shooting left. And if he stays to the right, he's gonna die to that Gangplank ulti. So he doesn't really have a choice as to whether he lives or dies. But he decides to take the chance to dodge my bullets or for his teammates to save him, because there's no way to outplay a Gangplank ult. But you can outplay a Jhin ult by positioning or by your teammates helping you out. So over here, he gets hit by the second shot, he dies, and what the Vladimir doesn't pay attention to is that when you're playing against a late game Jhin, you do not want to stand on a trap that spawns as soon as a teammate dies. So I shot my third shot, and over here, my fourth shot may or may not have been able to execute him. But because he stands next to my trap, which spawns on an enemy after they die, he loses a good amount of HP. He probably loses like 600 HP because this is near like the late game. And as soon as he gets low, as soon as the trap gets hit, like half a second later, my fourth shot comes, and boom, he didn't have any time to react to my fourth shot. And if he had paid attention to the trap, my fourth shot most likely wouldn't have been able to kill him, but he probably would have died anyway to my teammates. And then because of this bad positioning they got into, Lulu gets caught. I think, yeah, this is where the rapid fire procs, which helps you out a lot, is that at this point in the late game, you just want to kill as many people as possible after you kill one of them, because the fewer numbers they have, the easier it is to end the game. So I have rapid fire cannon, I flash on the Lulu, I hit her once, I throw out a Q, and then I throw out a W for safe measure, because if I didn't throw out a W, the shield would have saved her. And then the W hits, she dies, and that Lulu kill was all thanks to rapid fire. And you can make a lot of picks like that rapid fire cannon in a lot of situations. You just have to look at it. You just have to look for it. And most of the time you won't even have to use flash. And then they're done, they lost. All because of one bad teamfight positioning in which the Jhin ult heavily punished the Kog'Maw and the Vladimir. And this is when I was super ahead as well. So it really shows you how much potential your ult has to control the flow of the game and to control whether you'll win or not with good ult positioning and good positioning in general. This one's something you want to keep in mind when playing ADC or the Jhin, is that you want to pay attention to all of the enemy's cooldowns. So over here we start winning trades. I win a trade against Lucian and Taric. We start winning trades, right? I'm gonna skip this. So we overall win trades only because of the fact Taric had to keep using his heal and his shield, and we roughly ended up around the same HP. It shows that we won the trade, and at the next trade they'll lose because they won't have the heals and the shield again. So at this point, what you want to do is that if the enemy is close to dying, and if they suddenly grow big balls and just try to fight you, you know 100% there's a Rammus, or in this case it's a Rammus, but you know 100% you're getting ganked by a top laner, a jungler, or a mid laner when they suddenly come at you at really low HP or sort of low HP. So in this case, you can notice they're really low, and we can actually kill them if we 2v2. But as soon as this happens, I notice something that we could potentially be ganked. So I'm looking over here. So as soon as I see a jungler, I'm ready to run away. So at this point, the Rammus is gonna flash. He flash taunts me. I 4th shot him. So I don't actually end up taking too much damage because my 4th shot heals me a little bit. Not a lot, but heals me a little bit. And the fact that Rammus was exhausted reduces the damage I would have took from his Thornmail as well. And another thing is, you can notice the Lucian in specific uses E here. I would say that was a really bad E, because if he had E'd this way, instead of E'd this way, he would have been able to actually deal more damage to me. But because he E'd that way, he was only able to Q and land like one auto attack or something. And then you notice that I haven't even used my flash this entire time, because after Rammus taunts me, and after Lucian uses his E, I realize that they have no more gap closers to get close to me. So I just start walking away, and I'm ready for this because Jhin has a very high amounts of damage on low HP targets at any point of the game. So I keep walking back, and I'm waiting for the best opportunity to use my W and to turn it around. So as soon as the Trundle bites the Rammus, I auto attack once, I throw out my W, and this is the part where I start chasing. Right now, I am trying to get my 4th shot as soon as possible. So I hit the Taric, and then I flash on the Rammus, and then he dies. So we just turned a 3v2 gank really well, because I was able to pay attention to their cooldowns and make sure I didn't use flash too early for no reason. And then over here, I could have killed the Taric, but I made one mistake, which is I cancelled one auto. And what you want to do as an ADC when you're in this position, like when you're kiting, you're hitting them and walking forwards, but when you're chasing them, you want to hit them, and as soon as your attack goes through, you want to quickly start walking forward, hit him again, and as soon as your attack animation is done, you walk forward and hit him again, so you make sure you can get as much auto attacks as possible without sacrificing your movement speed. But because I cancelled this auto way too early, I wasn't able to keep on the pressure for my 4th shot, and he ended up living. So if I didn't make that mistake, I would have killed the Taric, and then I might have killed Lucian, or the Lucian would have just ran away. But over here they have a really bad idea. Well, in this case I take the tower shot for absolutely no reason. But at this point, it's a really bad idea to stay this slow when you're in front of a Jhin. So, you know, I just casually walk up to Lucian and 4th shot him. And the Nocturne hits the Lucian, so it brings him a bit lower. And I believe he healed as well, because he should not have lived that 4th shot. Nah, he didn't heal, but he got healed by Taric, that's right. And then the grenade makes sure that whatever bit of HP he had is gone. Because after you 4th shot, that's when you want to use your Q, because your 4th shot has less of a cast time than your Q in certain situations. So the Lucian's dead, and one of the mistakes I make, which is probably my most constant mistake, even as a Diamond 1 player who's really close to getting Masters, because I reached Master promos like once. So it's like Diamond players make a lot of mistakes, not as frequent, but they still make some of the same mistakes. And when you're running Deathfire Grasp, you always want to make sure when you're tower diving or fighting under tower, that you want to make sure that that fire grasp is still proccing. So in this case, since the Taric wasn't hit by the Nocturne or the Trundle, but he got hit by my grenade, he's taking damage from me through the keystone for 4 seconds. And this makes me a target for the tower for 4 seconds. So in my head, I'm like, I'm gonna throw out a W and try to kill the Taric. You know, it didn't kill the Taric, so I was like, whatever, at least I tried. But as soon as I die, I'm like, oh shit, dude, I forgot I was taking aggro because no one got hit by, Taric didn't get hit by anyone except for my grenade. And the thing that was keeping the aggro on me for 4 seconds was the Deathfire Grasp. So that's something you want to keep in mind when you're playing Jhin and fighting near the tower. And I'm just gonna run quick late game positionings on how you should play the mid to late game, because if I go too deep into these team fights, it's gonna take a while. So over here, I hit the Katarina with my W, which is what you want to use your W in the late game. You want to use it to poke and bring people down. I hit the Echo once. I notice Echo uses Anya's, so I try to snipe the next squishy that's, you know, not really mobile. And then here I come to help clean up, but my team ends up cleaning up before me, and that's it. That's how you want to play Jhin in the mid to late game. You want to start off with your ult, so when you want to engage a fight, or when any team engages, you want to use your ults, you want to choose your targets, you want to land those shots, use your W, and as soon as your ult and W are on cooldown, you want to quickly run towards the team fight and start, you know, auto-attacking like a typical ADC. That's usually how you want to play Jhin in the mid to late game with positioning. And I played against Gosu, which I'm not gonna analyze the replay now, because I'm gonna try to finish this seminar within the next 10 minutes. So if people want to see me analyze like a replay when I was coming back into the game from being behind like 7k gold, or you know how I controlled the game when being ahead by a certain amount of gold, you can stay and watch it. But I just want to finish the basics, so anyone who isn't interested in that can just leave and save their time. And then we end up winning this game. That's it. This is probably the best replays I have of me getting into position. So in this case, I'm playing Jhin. I notice there are enemies around here. There's an enemy around here. And over here, I'm gonna keep a clear shot. So I noticed the Jax TPing. I'm like, oh shit, dude, I gotta run. Because the only reason why I noticed this was because I ran over here to kite the camps backwards. So as soon as I see the Jax TP, I'm like, oh shit, dude, I gotta run. I'm gonna die if he catches me with foam guards. But luckily he doesn't see me in time, and I start walking backwards, because there's no point of me auto-attacking here, because in the mid to late game, when you're properly built, your ultimate is going to do more damage than any auto-attack you have, like almost always throughout the game. So I walk back here, I get a good position for my ult, I'm not in danger, and no one can disrupt me while I'm aiming like an actual sniper. So I land my W on the Katarina, I ulti, I shoot the Jax again, I shoot the Jax again, I shoot him a third time, and then at the same time, I already noticed the Nami ult coming my way, because the only time where Nami ults is she always ults, like usually any Nami player, she's gonna ult to try to cancel the Jhin ulti. So when you're playing against the Nami, you want to make your shots as quickly as possible, so you can get as many shots in, because she's only gonna ult after your ult, in most cases. So I make sure to get my fourth shot in, and you notice as soon as I shoot my fourth shot, as soon as my fourth shot hits him, she cancels she was about to cancel my ultimate, but I managed to finish aiming all 4 shots, and my ultimate just ended on its own. And then after taking my time ulting and using my W, I go into the bar tunnel, and then I start auto attacking like a typical ADC. And then Echo's dead. We win the team fight, and then we end up getting Baron. And that's usually how you want to position yourself, and fight in these team fights. You want to start off with your W or alt, or if you can't really use your W in the team fight because you don't really have someone to use it on, then you just start with your alt, then you start walking towards your team, you start using your W or auto attacking, and then you Q when you're reloading and all of that good stuff. And then this is another example as well. Over here, this is one of the small things that everyone on my team noticed, but if you're playing in gold or silver or bronze, I don't think everyone will notice it, and no one's gonna shot call it. So I'm paying close attention to this map over here, and then I'm like, oh, this wave's gonna push in, but then I see Echo and Katarina quickly clearing it, and they have Baron buff at this point because this game kept going back and forth. So I'm like, oh shit, they're a grouping bot, and then everyone notices it and starts recalling. But sometimes in silver or bronze or gold, not everyone will notice a push like this in the map when when your entire team is in the other side of the map. So if you pay close attention to little hints of like this of where the enemy team will be, you can be like, team, let's recall because they're pushing bot lane and they're gonna be at our base really soon. Everyone here already noticed it, so no one had to say anything, but that's one of the things where if you pay attention and look closely around the map and practice your awareness, you can help give information to your team to help get good team fights and positioning, which probably wouldn't have happened if no one noticed it or called it out. So at this point, there's an Echo. He engages it badly because he's full AP. So this Echo isn't really respecting the fact that if you're trying to force fights as full AP Echo, you're gonna get punished. So he uses his ult. I use my W to time it, so my W is gonna land on his ult as soon as he reaches it. And his W has like a 0.75 cast animation, so yeah, his W has like a 0.75 cast animation, so when you want to use your W, you want to sort of use it like Thresh Hook, because Thresh Hook takes 1 second to be casted, and Jhin's W takes 0.75 seconds. Let's see. And then you see here the Nami ult, but this is very important because she used the Nami ult to help her team instead of my own team this time. So as soon as I see the Nami ult, I'm like, if I walk towards them now, the Tristana is going to easily outrange me and deal a lot of HP damage to me, or the Jax is gonna TP and stun me, or the Katarina, because you can see Katarina has flash. And one thing when you play ADC, unless you know 100% someone on the enemy team doesn't have flash, you want to always assume the enemy has flash, unless you 100% confirmed by saving the time when a specific person used flash. Because I played against Gosu's Jhin yesterday, and he got a huge lead from his teammates, but he threw the game so hard because of his bad positioning with Jhin and how he never treated the enemy team as if they had flash up. So he got caught by the enemy, my teammates' flash so many times and just threw the game because of it. And that's something you really want to be aware with Jhin, because if someone flashes on you, you don't have any escape. You don't have a dash like Vayne, you don't have an ult like Vayne, you can't dash like Lucian, you don't have an E like Ezreal, you can't save yourself after someone flashes on you. So unless you know 100% that someone used flash, you always want to assume they have flash, and you want to position yourself further so you can be like, if this guy flashes on me, he's not gonna be able to reach me because I'm expecting him to flash. So if he does flash, I'm not going to be in a position where the flash will reach me. And as soon as this Nami uses her ult, I quickly start walking upwards, and as soon as that Nami ult is out of range to hit me for the hitbox, I use my ult, I hit Tristana, I hit Tristana again, I hit Katarina, and I hit Nami. Basically, what I'm trying to do is I'm just trying to distribute my damage as quickly as possible on anyone by making sure I land every shot on at least someone. That way, when my team reaches them, they're really low. They're really low, and in that case, they can in that case they can help clean up the team fight. And as soon as I ult, I start running in to do auto attacking like a normal ADC. And then they lose the team fight. This Jax is TP'd really late. Jax basically killed himself, and now he's dead. And just for the record, this Jax made a lot of mistakes. A lot of mistakes that are like really shouldn't have happened, and that Jax actually got Challenger last season. So just because people are Challenger or Master or Diamond 1, they can sometimes make the worst mistakes that you'd be like, oh wow, that was a really bronzy play. He saw his team engaging 30 seconds ago, but he wasn't really using his TP at the right spot or the right time. And then I'll show part 2, which is something you want to be cautious as a Jhin, is that over here, after we win the team fight, as a Jhin, you want to be very careful. You want to be very careful with your positioning. So a full HP Echo, a full AP Echo can easily assassinate me. So what I'm keeping in mind is that he's respawning in 10 seconds, but I want to take both inhibs as quickly as possible. So what I do is I use my 4 shots on this inhib, and I get it really low. And at this point, it's low enough where my jungler or my support can finish it off on their own. Because if I wait 2 seconds to reload, and then waste 2 seconds shooting this inhib, then walk in here, shooting it with 2 bullets, then reloading for another 2 seconds, then shooting it with 2 or 3 more bullets, I'm wasting a lot of time that gives the Echo time to respawn, and it gives Echo time to defend his base. And probably we would have only ended up with 1 inhib if I didn't do this. So as soon as I finish my 4 shots on the first inhib, I start walking, and then I start using my other 4 shots to make the other inhib low. And at the same time, the 2-second reload from the first 4 shots, as I was walking to the second inhib, I was reloading. So I played it perfectly. I used 4 shots. The 2 seconds that it took to walk here, I used those 2 seconds to reload. I put another 4 shots, and I got it low enough to the point where Rek'Sai can finish it off. And I left this low enough to the point where the Bard could finish that off. And then we end up getting 2 inhibs because of how I played this out. Instead of, like, if it was a normal Jhin player who's Diamond 1, I doubt they would have done that. Because there are a lot of tiny things you gotta consider with Jhin to get the most out of him. And then, one thing is that if you're playing a jungler, like this is the same friend that I play a couple times, is that if you're a jungler and you're with your ADC, when you are retreating, you want to stick with your ADC. Because what happens here is pretty big. I get caught by the Echo trying to escape, but the problem is if the Rek'Sai just followed behind me, the Echo would have been like, oh shit, Rek'Sai is standing right in front of Jhin, and if I try to kill Jhin, I'm gonna get knocked up, and then I'm gonna get W'd by Jhin, and then I'm gonna die. But because the Rek'Sai didn't stick to me and show presence in front of the Echo was easily able to quickly say, oh, the Jin's alone, let me chase him down. And it's like always these tiny things that can create big differences in a game. And the reason why I started walking mid is that you want to walk towards your teammates, while the Rek'Sai, instead of walking this way, he walked this way, which isn't really the most efficient route to reach your teammates. And then I die here, and then we still get a top tower, but it's one of those things where you could have easily avoided something from happening just with like good positioning and thinking about the little things. Okay, let's see. Late game positioning. Okay, I think this is the one. Alright, so here's another example. I'm not gonna go too deep into it, but this is just like a small team fight example of when you can't use your ult, but you can use auto attacks. So over here, Vlad's here, Gangplank's here, and Gangplank gets caught over here because he's trying to do damage to the Kazakhs. So we start walking over here, and you see, because I have these two traps, the Kazakhs get slowed and the Vlad gets slowed. So it gives me an opportunity to land a W on one of these guys. So in this case, I decided to go for the Vlad because Kazakhs has an escape. So the safer choice was to go for the Vlad. So I quickly W'd the Vlad, and now he's caught. And now he's gonna be in a bit of trouble. And what happens, now that I remember it, is that Kazakhs was really low, and I had my fourth shot. And one of the things you gotta keep in mind when playing a lane or in a team fight is that if you ever want to save your fourth shot for something in specific, you can place an E, and then it'll stop Jhin from reloading for like 8 seconds or 10 seconds. I can't remember which. All I know is that it's an insane amount of time to delay the reloading. So you can place a trap and he won't reload for like another 10 seconds or something. So over here, I throw a W on the Vlad so it resets the reloading. And over here, I notice Kazakhs coming back into the team fight. So instead of trying to go for the Vlad, I'm like, okay, what I'm gonna do is that I'm gonna flash, execute this Kazakhs, then I'm gonna walk a bit back and reposition myself. So I flash over here, I get the Kazakhs, I get exhausted, but because of the movement speed I get from my passive and whenever I crit, in this case with fourth shot, I quickly try to position myself. And then over here, here's something important to notice. When you're playing against an Irelia, she can easily kill a Jhin in less than like 2 or 3 seconds. And sometimes even if she has a little less HP, and if she stuns you with her E, you're 100% dead. So you want to play very cautious against Irelia, and you don't want to go in until you're safe to go in. So at this point, I'm like, this is looking like a good fight. They don't really need me too much to do this on their own, so I'm gonna stay in the back a little bit and wait to see what Irelia does. And then as soon as Vlad gets caught and I'm in a safe range, W comes back on cooldown because W has an insane cooldown, like 18 seconds at max level. My W forces Vlad to use his abilities, and I think we end up like going even in this fight. Okay, the Kog'Maw does a shit ton of damage, and Irelia dies to the Nocturne, and it wasn't really a big impactful team fight, but you can notice my decision making when I'm not ulting and when I'm forced to use my auto attacks, because either my ult's on cooldown, or in this case my ult was on cooldown. And this is how you want to position yourself when you don't have your ult, and the only way to provide damage to your team is with your auto attacks. And one of the biggest problems I see with Jhins in Diamond and Master, this doesn't apply to the people who play Jhin for like 150, 200, 300 games, but this applies to every Diamond, every Master, every challenge, not I wouldn't say challenger, not challenger, but every master or diamond 1 player who plays Jhin for like 20, 30, 40, 50 games because he's strong, they don't really pay attention to this. So over here, I'm doing target switching with my ultimate, which is something you always want to keep in mind. You always want to pay attention to every enemy's HP. So over here, I walk back so I can get Echo on the edge when he ults back, and then if I can't get Echo, I can easily switch my targets to one of these guys in the middle of my ulti. So he E's right after his ult. I miss it. I miss it on Echo again. And at this point, as soon as I miss it, I look at the team fight again closely, and then I notice that Tristana is right in front of me, and no one is behind her, and she's being slowed by a Chundo pillar. So I quickly pay attention to the Tristana because after the second shot, I quickly decide who's my next target's gonna be. And then I realize Tristana's in this position. I land one shot on her, and as soon as she's low enough, I turn it more to the left, but still at the center. That way, it doesn't give a chance for one of her teammates to protect her, like the Katarina was trying to do. And then this is something you want to pay attention to when you're ulting, because I was playing with a master player who had like 400 LP, and he took Jhin away from me, so I had to go mid. And one of the things is when he ulted in the mid lane, there was a thresh. So let me take the range indicator, right? Let's say there's a thresh here with 300 HP. There's a Lucian here with 500 HP, and then there's a let's say a Renekton with 1,200 HP, and he's standing right here. So the master player with 400 LP who's playing Jhin, he shoots the Renekton. After the first shot lands, he shoots the Renekton again. He shoots Renekton again. He shoots the fourth shot, and Renekton ends up living because he has a good amount of armor and he uses his ultimate. While if he just paid attention more to his surroundings, he could have easily used the first shot to kill the Thresh. Then he could have used the second shot to kill the Lucian, and then he could have used his third and fourth shot to kill the Renekton, and slowed him enough in case our team was able to kill the Renekton. But because he didn't kill the Thresh and he didn't kill the Lucian when he had the opportunity to, the enemy team had a chance to turn it around. They aced us in the team fight, and then they took mid tower, Baron, and we just started losing heavily from there. So it's like all of these things that I'm explaining about the ultimate, you gotta try to remember and use, because even master tier players who don't have as much as experience as I do, they make all of these tiny things that they didn't do, and it heavily impacts the game and how the game's gonna end up being after like 10 or 20 minutes. Alright, so we went over trading, Waveclear. So yeah, basically we went over all the basics about Jhin, and anyone who's not interested in viewing longer replays in this stream, you're free to go. But for everyone who stayed till the end of like the 2 hours and 20 minutes, everyone who's watching the stream right now is eligible for a 1 hour coaching session one-on-one, and all you have to do is remember the keyword, which is the keyword will be, let me see, I'll use a keyword that not many people will be knowing, but let's do Jhin Taco GLaDOS. Those are a couple words that I'm gonna write as a keyword, and basically all you have to do is you gotta add me on Skype over here, or you can add me on NA, or you can add me on EU, And as long as you tell me I'm here for the coaching session and you write those words exactly, then I'll be like, okay, I remember, you're one of the people who stayed until the end. Because the only time I'm willing to do something for free is if I feel the person genuinely wants to improve and is putting an effort into improving. So, so like for people who might have gotten bored after the first 30 minutes because it wasn't really that interesting at the start, then they weren't exactly dedicated enough to improving and wanted something, let's say, more entertaining or something. But since everyone here was putting an effort into actually learning everything there is about Jhin and to become a better Jhin player, and all of these little things that I explained can and will apply to several ADCs and in the laning phase and to decision making. I just wanted to get over the basics, so in case people didn't want to watch Jhin, if people didn't want to watch the rest of the Jhin replays, then as long as they went through the seminar for the basics and they stayed till most of it, then it shows me enough that if you can put through 2 hours and 20 minutes of just lecturing about Jhin and how you can become a better player in terms of positioning and ADC, then I'm willing to coach you for free because I know a lot of people charge for the first time, but willing to do it for free the first time. So all you have to do is add me on League or add me on Skype and make sure to write down those words somewhere because that's the only way I'll be able to identify you as one of the people who stayed till the end of the stream. So right now, everything I taught was tips, tricks, explanations on why you should do this, when you should do this, how you should engage, what builds, which room page, and how it's gonna work from now is that I'm gonna be showing you quick clips of games where I was behind like heavily, and I'm talking about like 8,000 gold behind, and now how I helped carry the game purely by positioning myself, catching up quickly, and and catching up quickly and having perfect positioning in team fights to the point where I'm dealing as much damage as I could, and we're just winning team fight out of team fight because the enemy team cannot reach me. There's no expiration date for the session as long as you just remember those 4 words. Add me on Skype or add me on one of those servers. So if you can't add me on one of those servers, just add me on Skype. Give me those 3 words and then I'll know you're legit. And for everyone who wants to watch through the replays, one of the replays I'll start off first is how you lose a game through bad positioning using an example of Hi, I'm Gosu. Because he got a huge lead because me and him made mistakes, but his teammates gave him a lead. But he threw the lead and threw the game purely by bad decision making and bad positioning. And the thing is, he might like if I played Twitch awfully in the early game because I'm not as experienced with Twitch and my decision making isn't as good as Twitch. And the same thing applies with Gosu. Even though he's challenger, even though people say he's the best non-pro ADC, if people play something they're not very experienced with, they're not going to have the right decision making or the right positioning with that champion. Yeah, the name is I Keep It Taco on NA and EU. So anyone who doesn't want to go through the rest of the seminar, because I think it's going to take another hour to go through the last couple replays, and then I'll have like custom games for 2v2 for anyone who wants to experience and view from my point how I trade in lane with Jhin. Then we'll be doing that later if people stay and are interested. But just remember, if you want the free coaching, you gotta remember those 3 words, and you gotta add me on Skype or on one of the league servers, and make sure to write those 3 words, and then you're eligible. All you have to do is give me a time and date you want to do it, prepare a replay, or you can live stream it if you want, and that's all you have to do. So from now on, I'm just gonna be reviewing a couple replays of how you should play from behind or ahead. to do the 1v1? Yeah, probably that would be. Yeah, we can probably do that. Or if the EUs just want to watch the NA, that's fine too. Alright, so, first off, can I remember what I was gonna say? Alright, yeah, I think I said everything I wanted. Oh yeah, okay, I remember. Okay, so Johnny EA6, he messaged me a week ago saying it's really nice that the summoner was on a Saturday because it's his birthday. So I'm just gonna give a shout out to Johnny because it's his birthday today. And luckily I was able to do this Jhin seminar during your birthday, dude. And I hope you hope you learned a lot and you feel like a better player overall. And basically, if you add me on Skype, I'll re-upload the replay and the room pages, the spreadsheet. I'll put all the material into one folder, and I'll link it to people once I have it uploaded. So if you want it, just add me on my Skype. So my Skype is this again. So if you want to have the replay of today's seminar, as well as the map of trap placements, you know, which type of builds you should go, the room pages, the masteries, and the Jhin spreadsheet in case you want to calculate the damage of different builds and different people with armor, then just add me on Skype and tell me you want it, and then I'll remember to link you it once I upload it. So, since I'll add people later on Skype because I just wanna, I don't wanna waste too much time or use too much time. So, I'll start with, obviously, I'm not gonna start with Gosu's mistake because, you know, it's just gonna be like I wanna shit on someone famous. So I'm gonna start with my own big mistakes. So, we're gonna start with, I think it's mistake 2 or mistake 1. Okay, it's mistake 1. You can see that, yeah, just add me on Skype, and then I'll add people after I'm done with this seminar, and then you can link me if you want, you know, want the stuff that we did today, or if you want the coaching session planned. I'll deal with that later and add everyone later. So, first off, we're gonna do is my mistakes, because obviously I don't want to open up with Gosu's mistakes because it's just gonna show that I'm just trying to say I'm a better Jhin player and all of that, and that I'm bragging, so I'm not gonna do that. So, with the Jax player, when I was watching his perspective of the game, is that he was saying this game is super back and forth, and that no one really has a control of the game. But as of right now, with how Jhin is in this patch and how I play him, if I get a lead, as long as my teammates don't make really, 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 really bad mistakes, I'm gonna make sure I do not lose. Because when I played Jhin, when he got released, I used to win like 52% of the games. You know, win, lose, win, lose, win, win, lose, you know, the average ADC player. But as I got more experience, the higher elo I got and the more experience I became with Jhin, the less I lost. So just this month, I climbed from Diamond 5 to Diamond 1, 96 LP, while winning about, I would say, 80% of my Jhin games. From Diamond 5 to Diamond 1, 96 LP. And some of those games that I won were against a group of Master or Challenger players, because if you play at like 5 a.m. in the morning, you know, you're gonna get Master players or Challengers. But as long as I get a lead, and as long as I don't make greedy, stupid mistakes, I have control of whether my team wins the game or my team loses the game. So first off, I'm gonna tell an example of how one mistake from me being ahead, my team was fine in this case. They didn't make big plays, but they didn't make big mistakes, so they were absolutely fine. But in this case, I made one silly, greedy mistake, and I extended the entire game by an extra 10 minutes. Just for dying once because of one mistake. I delayed the game by 10 minutes. And that's one of the most important things you gotta understand when you're positioning with an ADC. It's a big deal during the mid to late game, especially when you have a lead. So, first off, Bard catches Echo. Echo gets caught. I land one bullet, so I help deal a bit of damage. They can't defend this tower, so we start doing damage to them. And at this point, the only thing we have to do is slowly push it, and if any of them gets too close, we just jump him, kill him, and keep pushing. So this is what happens. By the way, I place this trap specifically so Jax can't try to jump on one of my teammates or Katarina, and I place this trap specifically so Jax can't move from the back and flank us. If I was able to put a third trap, I would put another trap over here as well to completely stop anyone from flanking us from the left side. So okay, over here we're slowly killing the tower. I'm making sure to be careful with my positioning. You can see over here that I realize Katarina is walking towards us, and I don't want to stand when she does something. I don't want to be next to her. So I start moving around here. Kog'Maw does it as well, because Kog'Maw needs really good positioning as well. So as soon as Katarina goes in, I walk back in with my rapid fire and my Duskblade, and I kill her. And then Jax tries to go from behind as well. And over here is where I throw the game for like the next 10 minutes. We win in the end, but this was very unnecessary. So over here, my plan was get a fourth shot, flash on her, put a Q, use the fourth shot, and she's dead. But the thing is, I didn't account for the Nami's exhaust, which is something Gosu did a lot in his mistakes, is that he didn't account for things like exhaust or heal or flash when he was playing Jhin. So this was a mistake with me that happens sometimes, but it doesn't happen common. It just happens sometimes. So I forget that. I don't know if this guy has exhaust or not because we never confirmed it. So here I am. I flash, I Q. My fourth shot would have been enough to kill her, but I got exhausted. So 40% of my damage is completely gone. Here they kill me. I'm gonna die to the Tristana E. Tristana gets a W reset because she killed me. She kills Kog'Maw. She gets another W reset. She kills the Trundle, and then my teammates are just running away from their lives for their lives. And Bard did a pretty good juke here. And then they get a dragon. So I made that mistake at 31 minutes. That mistake. And if I go to my second mistake, you can notice that I made my second mistake at 40 minutes. Well, if I never made that one Tristana, if I never made that first mistake, we would have easily took the inhib, recalled, we would have kept Baron buff, we would have pushed mid again, we would have easily took the mid inhib, and then we would have started either trying to end the game, and we would have tried to push top. So if I never made that one mistake, we would have ended after 2 or 3 minutes. But because I made that one greedy mistake and didn't pay attention to the fact that Nami could have had exhaust, this game went from 31 minutes to 40 minutes. And the second mistake I made here was more of like, I had a plan on how to catch the Tristana, but because I missed my W, the plan didn't fall through, and because I missed my W, it was too late to escape for what I did. So over here, people are grouped up, they're getting ready to team fight. And then over here, I come with my rapid fire, right? I think Tristana gets marked by something soon. Okay, Tristana gets marked by the Kog'Maw. And then what I try to do over here is that Tristana gets marked by Kog'Maw. I have rapid fire cannon. What my plan is, land the W on Tristana. When you land the W, you get like a 40% movement speed boost with this build. I quickly walk over to Tristana, Q her, fourth shot her, she's dead, and then I have a crit again, which means I have more movement speed. And after I kill Tristana, if I need to flash away, I'll flash away, and since their ADC is dead, we can easily keep pushing. That's one of the that's a really good healthy league mentality, is that every game you play, you could have 100% done something better, which would have made the outcome of the game be that you won. So especially when you're on a lead, you have to look at your mistakes, because if you have a lead and lose the game, you probably made a few mistakes here and there that resulted to you losing the game. So over here, since I missed my W on Tristana, the plan I had in my head wasn't gonna be executed, and because she didn't get hit, instead she took the opportunity to auto attack me, and now I'm dead. Well, if I landed my W, I would have easily been able to assassinate her, quickly run away, and maybe if I would have to flash, I can just flash away. And because I made this one mistake, look at what happens. I made this one mistake just because they killed the Jhin, and after they killed the Jhin, they're able to kill the Rek'Sai. So because of that one mistake, they get Baron, and then they get Dragon. Or, well, they go for Dragon. So, I basically gave them a free Baron because I had a plan, and, I made mistakes, and that plan didn't go through. But one of the mistakes that the enemy team did here as well was you don't want to bite off more than you can chew. So like, you don't want to be too greedy. You want to get as much as you can, but you don't want to get too much to the point where you can risk like losing a team fight or getting caught. So over here, they don't have enough damage or enough time to quickly secure the dragon. So Bard comes over here, he ults dragon, I see people low, I throw my W to try to make someone else low, and then here I activate my Ghost Blade to amplify my total AD, and then I open up with my ult. I throw a shot at Katarina, I throw a shot at Jax, but the shot goes through Jax because Jax got killed by Kog'Maw's ult, so it goes through Jax and hits Katarina instead. I didn't plan it for that to happen. I was planning on shooting Jax, then aiming for the Katarina next, but this is just one of those things that just happened, so I was like, that's pretty nice. And then I land a shot at Nami because even though I can't kill anyone, I want to try to aim for the person who doesn't have that much armor or something that can heal them. So at this point, Tristana has a shit ton of lifesteal, and Echo is pretty mobile. So I don't want to. If I had to choose between who to use my fourth shot, I chose the Nami. And then over here, I pay attention to this blue ward, right? I pay attention to the blue ward vision, and I managed to snipe the Nami with my W. So Nami's there, she's gonna die to Death Fire Grasp, and this would have never happened with Thunderlords. Like, Thunderlords would have never happened, it would have never helped you in absolutely anything after like the 25-30 minute mark. Which is why when I play on NA or EU, I don't use the Korean build, because usually teams aren't that disciplined. And over here, my friend does the same mistake again, which is instead of walking mid with me, he starts walking the opposite way to catch people who are really immobile. So because of this, I was like, alright, I can go for inhib, but then I'm like, oh shit, my friend took the other way for some reason when he should have been here to show presence, just like that last time. And what happened was, because of this, I was like, oh shit, I gotta run. And then I couldn't really move around the minions, so I end up using flash. And then here I try to help, but I end up getting killed because my flash is gone. And then Rek'Sai goes for Tristana, but because they're not paying attention to Zhonya Echo ult, they all die except for Bard. And This is like one of those things where as long as you can see your mistakes and as long as you see your friends' mistakes, if you solo queue or you duo or you trio queue, as long as your friends don't mind it, then you guys can easily become better players because often you guys will see each other's mistakes, but you won't see your own mistakes most of the time. So usually I'll immediately recognize my own mistake and a friend's mistake, and then I'll mention it just for the fact that we both want to become better players. Uh, Alright, so yeah, those are the first two mistakes I made, and basically the game ended up ending at 53 minutes. So we could have ended at 35 minutes. We could have ended the game, but because I made those two key mistakes, I delayed the game by 20 whole minutes. Of course, after these mistakes, I still felt that I'm gonna win anyway, as long as I don't keep making these mistakes, and as long as I stay strict, I'll win the game. So I had total control of the game, as long as I had control of like me being a bit greedy sometimes. So as soon as I started forcing myself to play more strictly, then we finally ended the game. And that's something as Jhin. When you're ahead, you have complete control of the game, of the outcome. Because Jhin can do so many things that can cause him to win. He can get a good ult, he can get a good pick, he can land a W, he can pick off people on his own, he can make flashy plays, he can engage a fight with his ult, he can catch people with well placed traps and land W. He does so many things that could control the outcome of the game if you do it properly with Jhin. And the only time you're gonna lose when you're ahead is if you're doing something wrong with your build, your positioning, your decision making, or your alt awareness. Because there's a lot of tiny things you should be aware of when you're ulting. So since we went over my mistakes, we're gonna go over Gosu's mistakes. Let's just say I haven't played Twitch in like 2 months because I was in a position where I got Jhin a lot of times. So usually when I don't get Jhin, I play a game of Draven or Jinx or Ezreal or Twitch. So in this case, it's Twitch. So let's just pretend I'm a boosted fucking rat animal, and I'm gonna make a lot of mistakes for the entire game until the mid to late game. Okay? So we're gonna skip ahead. We're gonna skip ahead here to where we die. Okay, so over here we engage, right? This is the part where, because I have more experience on Gosu than Jhin, and I'm a better Jhin player than here, I was able to predict what he was gonna do, and I read him like a fucking book. And what happened was, Alistar catches me. I take a lot of damage because of the Jhin W and because of the Alistar auto attacks. So at this point, he's trying to Q and fourth shot me, right? This is a trick you usually do, but after making this mistake a lot, which Gosu is about to make, I only do this when I know 100% that the support can't exhaust me, or the ADC has no heal, or if the ADC has no heal, but the support has exhaust, then yeah, maybe I didn't word that sentence properly, but I meant to say more experienced on Jhin than Gosu. But basically, the mistake Gosu's making, I used to make a lot when I was learning him, and I only had a few 50 games on him, because from what I noticed, I think Gosu has roughly 50, 80 games on Jhin, maybe 100, which isn't that much if you're learning a new champion from one tricking another champion. You won't really have the same knowledge on a champion as you do on the other champion you one trick. So like, of course, his knowledge and experience of Jhin is nowhere close to where his knowledge and experience with Vayne is. So over here, what usually happens when I fuck up this mistake, the enemy ADC heals right after I flash. So right after he flashes, I use my heal. He uses his Q, and then he uses his fourth shot. Well, he misses. Well, actually, he doesn't shoot his fourth shot, but because my heal gives me the movement speed, I went out of range for his fourth shot. Well, let's say if I didn't use my heal, then as soon as he used his grenade and fourth shot, he would have killed me 100%. But because I healed as soon as he flashed, I was able to get the movement speed to run a bit back, and I was able to have enough HP to the point where even if he landed the Q and the fourth shot, it would not have been able to kill me. Which is the mistake he made, which I usually make. Well, I used to make it often. So over here, the mistake I made on Twitch was after he made his mistakes, I was trying to follow up and capitalize on his mistake. So what I did was I autoed, but I should have autoed him one more time and then E'd. But since I shot one auto and one E, he lived, and then after he used his fourth shot, he regained like 20 HP or something. He still ends up dying to Tarek, but then I started dying as well. And then over here we heavily underestimate the Jhin dive, and when you're getting dived as Jhin like this, which Gosu dealt with it properly, is that when you're getting dived like this, you want to position yourself around here. That way, as soon as the enemy support or ADC engages on you, you can auto attack them once, quickly W them, and they'll take a ton of tower damage. You try to auto them, and boom, you get a free kill. So even if you end up dying during the tower dive, sometimes if you try to focus the person who's taking aggro first and try to keep him under tower as long as possible, then you can get a kill and go 1-for-1. But in this case, that didn't work out too well, and we ended up giving him about we gave him about a kill and a half because he got an assist because we tower dived at level 2/3, which was a big mistake from us. But Gosu played it well because it was the fact that he was getting dived alone, so he played it well. And let me try to remember where later in the replay I can find it. Okay, let's see, minute 13:30. And basically, it's just a lot of me just trying to do things with my teammates, but the thing is, since I'm really behind on Twitch, I end up just being really useless. So whatever ganks I get, or whatever supports that try to help me, whatever I do, I'm not gonna really be helping out at all, so it would be a waste to gank my lane. Because I can't help, I can't do damage, I don't have ult, I can't really do anything. So I just kept getting behind and behind because we kept trying to force stuff, like make plays, try to come back into the lane, but we just couldn't because how Twitch works from behind. And then over here, Gosu gets this really clutch snipe, so he's experienced with his ult hitbox, so he aims it really well to the point where it hits me. So he got challenger last season, so of course he's gonna be really pretty good with Jhin, but there are certain things that he's not gonna know or decide with Jhin that I do because I'm more experienced. That's why a lot of people who barely play ADC around Diamond 1 and Master and Challenger, if they're like a jungle main or a support main and they get autofilled into ADC, they just play Jhin because he's really strong and he's not too hard to pick up, but he's very hard to master. So someone like Gosu hasn't mastered Jhin like me, but he's good enough to a point where he can pick up Jhin and do well with Jhin most of the time. And then let's see. Alright, so we're gonna go to 1730, and we're gonna see all the positioning mistakes Gosu makes with Jhin that causes him to throw the lane. So over here, we try to get a gank, and since, you know, I'm literally just feeding, not intentionally, but I'm feeding because I'm trying to help the team, uh, you know, the teammates end up dying, and I end up dying because I'm trying to stay and help my teammates, which just makes things worse. And then Rek'Sai dies, I believe I die soon as well. But here's the thing, if you look at the map, Echo's here, and if you look at how low Gosu is, he should have paid attention to the fact that Echo was missing from the mid lane, and that he is very low. Like, if you look how he's walking up, there is no reason for him to let's see, I think it's over here actually. Yeah, with how low he is, he already helped his teammates. There is nothing he can do anymore. Like, after he kills the Rek'Sai, there's nothing he can do. He can't ult. He doesn't have, you know, 700 attack range, so he can't auto attack anymore. So Gosu has no business staying in this area of the lane when an AP Echo is missing, or when a Cassiopeia potentially has TP. Like, he literally has no reason to be standing here. But because he's standing here and just trying to chase for some reason, but farming at the same time, he puts himself in a bad position where he gets instantly killed by our Echo, I believe. Yeah, he gets instantly killed by Echo. And the thing is, when you look at it, every single time you die with Jhin, you lose time that you could have, wait, I got a sore throat real quick. Let me just drink some water. Yeah, alright. So the thing about Jhin is every single time you die, that's time wasted on just staying in base, looking at your teammates do whatever they're doing, whether they're dying, ganking, farming, killing, you're in base doing nothing. So he lost a good amount of farm, and he lost, like, you know, time opportunity, where in this case he couldn't really use that time to gank or anything. But like, this is the stuff you want to think about. If you're that low, and if you have no reason to stay there when certain people on the enemy team are missing, you don't want to just like stand there risking yourself getting killed, because if he had just recalled as soon as Rek'Sai died, he'd heal up and he'd come bot, and he'd be able to farm more, get more XP, create a bigger lead for himself, because he was given a pretty big lead. Because if I got a lead like that, I would have used it a lot better, to the point where I would have won. But because of these tiny mistakes Gosu makes with Jin's positioning, he wastes most of the snowball potential that he had. So let's see, I believe, let's go to 15. 15. Alright, so over here, my friend playing Tarek, who I forgot to mention is the creator of Jhin, by coincidence. He sets up a dive, and I'm like, alright, I'll follow up with the dive. But then over here, I'm like, oh shit, I don't think we can catch him because he has boots and he has Ghostblade. But at this point, in this position, I'm gonna die anyway. So might as well make the best out of a shitty situation and try to get something done. But what one mistake happened here that I don't make when I play support, because I used to main support before playing Jhin, is that my friend had 2 wards, and what he should have done is he should have instantly placed a ward here, so we would have never lost a single second of vision on Jhin. But because we lost vision, I couldn't get an extra auto attack in and then use E. So he ends up killing me, and he ends up living. But then over here, here's another example. He should have just kept running bot, and he would have like, if he looks at the map, you can see Echo is over here. you can see Cassiopeia is over here where I'm hovering my mouse. And if he had just ran behind the tower and just like let his teammates handle it or let the tower handle it, he could have gotten a few waves of minions. Because Rek'Sai can't really easily gank anyone if you see the Rek'Sai ganking from a mile away. So what Gosu does is he decides to try to get the kill. He dies to Taric. He doesn't really get anything out of it except for an assist. Well, what would have happened was, you notice how Jax's bot was safe. If he had just let the Cassidon finish Taric off, and if he just went bot to farm like 1 or 2 waves of minions, he would have more gold plus the assists, and he wouldn't have died, giving unnecessary gold to the enemy team. And of course, at that point, he did not keep in mind that Taric could possibly have flash, which is something he makes a lot with Jhin throughout this entire game. So it's like how all of these little mistakes that get you killed could cause you to lose a lot of snowball potential with Jhin. So if we go to 18, let's go to 18. Alright, so the reason why I label Twitch as the hardest counter to Jhin is because he has the best laning against Jhin as long as you don't make boosted animal mistakes like I did throughout this replay. So here you see a 0-7 Twitch. Jhin is 2 levels ahead of me. He probably has 3,000 gold above me, and he has like 2 or 3 solid items on his Jhin. I come up over here, I try to kill him, and he almost ends up losing that 1v1. Because Jhin is not a champion you should try 1v1ing unless you can use your ults. I would say that Gosu made those mistakes, but I would say that it is the fact that he's playing Jhin. Because when I look at his Jhin games, he has a 47% win rate with Jhin out of like 70 games, and he dies like 5, 6, 7, 8 times every single game, whether he wins or loses. Almost every single game. But that's because of the fact that Jhin is the most positioning reliant ADC, and if you make one mistake, you have no way to save yourself. While if you're playing Vayne, you have the dash, you have the ult, you have the condemn, you can push them back as if they engage on your flash, you can push them back then dash away, or you can do a lot of stuff with Vayne in case you get caught in that positioning. In fact, he's playing Jhin because you can't play Gosu. Yeah, exactly. You can't really play Jhin on a Gosu style, which is his style really works well with people like Vayne or Lucian. But that's the thing about Jhin. Anyway, back to the video. Over here, you can see I almost killed him, and I would have killed him if I had flashed one of his W's, or if I had E'd if I have used my E in time, I would have killed him. So over here, you can see a 0-7 Twitch almost killing I think at the time he was like 7-5 Jhin. And just imagine how much pressure you have if you play Twitch against Jhin, and if you get like a 1 or 3 kill lead, you can bully that Jhin 24/7, follow him around the map. Because when I played against a really good Twitch player, what he did is that as soon as he got an advantage, if he saw me alone, he didn't let me farm. As soon as I went to try to farm, he'd go invis, and then he'd force me out of lane. And if I tried to come back, he'd go invis again, and then it's like, I can't farm, dude. I need one of my supports or one of my teammates to come here and stand with me to farm. So because of how the Twitch was playing the lane with his advantage, and he knows how to play against a Jhin, he essentially denied me a lot of farm. Like, I'm gonna go over that replay as well, me playing against the Twitch, but basically he denied me like 60 CS, and I was like 60 CS behind, but we were even because I was getting kills around the map since I couldn't farm bot lane. So I went around the mid lane and the jungle just using my W and alt, and I'll go more into details about that later. But this is just to show how Jhin should not be trying to 1v1 people. Because in this case, it's different. Gosu's playing against a Twitch. He could not have guessed that would have happened. But when you're playing a Jhin against a Lucian or a Sivir or a Jinx, you do not want to 1v1 them in auto attack range. How you want to 1v1 people is that you want to use your ult, land your bullets, and then you can come in and try to kill them from there because your ult does the most damage compared to your auto attacks. And if you try to use your 4 bullets against an ADC who has a ton of attack speed, you're gonna lose that 1v1 most of the time. Because when I was learning Jhin, I 1v1 the Sivir who was 0 and 6, and I was 8 and 2. But since she had so much attack speed, I lost the 1v1 because I didn't use my ult. Or at least I didn't wait on my ult. So over here we'll watch this again. Alistar catches Cassiopeia, Gosu lands a perfect W. He starts landing his shots, and Cassiopeia gets slowed by Kassadin, and he lands a 4th shot on Cassiopeia. So he's doing good right now. But another thing he does right here is that if I was him, I would have seen the Rek'Sai, and I would expect Rek'Sai to have flash and be careful. And I would have certainly paid attention to my HP. But because he didn't pay attention to the fact that Rek'Sai could potentially have flash, what Rek'Sai does right now is that Rek'Sai flashes on the Jhin and kills the Jhin. So he died for absolutely no reason after making a good W ult play. And then I think our team goes even or ahead from this. All I know is that I probably die here because I'm like super behind, and I'm literally just trying to do damage before I get solo killed by someone. And yeah, I think Echo gets like a couple more kills from here or something. Okay, I think he doesn't get any kills, but it was a good fight from Echo. Oh, he actually does end up killing Kassadin. So you can see, because he got caught during that one Rek'Sai fight, the enemy team was 1 person down, and my team, they weren't ahead. They weren't really ahead, but they were able to get a couple gold back. So we didn't win the fight, but we got some gold back, even though we're super behind because you have a feeding Twitch. And let me see, what minute is it? Let's see, 20. Let's go to 25. I think it's at 25. Is it at 25? Okay, another thing is, if you look at the minimap, I wasn't really paying attention over there because I was just trying to farm. That way I can be useful to my team to my teammates later. Is that in no condition should a Jhin have been caught by a Rek'Sai, a Taric, or a Cassiopeia? But somehow he got caught as Jhin by one of those, even though Rek'Sai has no flash, and Taric has no flash. But somehow he got caught, and he basically ends up dying in the end. And I think my teammates win a fight here. Yeah, my teammates win a fight here because they don't have a Jhin, and because my solo laners have somewhat, at least some kill potential, they end up losing. They end up losing this fight. And if Gosu just didn't get caught, that would have never happened. And it's tiny fights like this that help the enemy team come back from a very, very, behind game. And because of all these tiny mistakes he keeps making on Jhin, he gives my teammates chances to get kills and to come back. And then we'll go to 22. I think this is the part where I do something useful. 22. Yeah, over here. Okay, so this is another time where he gets caught. I don't think he dies, but I think he gets caught. Like, you should not be running. You should not be running as a Jhin towards that. Yeah, over here. So look at his positioning. He has no business standing here when most of his team are around him. Like, you have no business standing in front of a Taric and an Echo with Echo's mobility and really good gap closing. But nonetheless, he tries to use his fourth shot on someone, and he gets slowed by the Echo. Then Echo uses his E, and he gets stunned because Taric pays attention to what Echo's doing, and Taric puts his stun on Echo. It doesn't end up hitting him, but it was pretty close. But Echo still catch the Jhin. And then I think Gosu dies to this TP behind him. Yeah, if you look at the minimap, he almost died to Cassiopeia. And then since the Jhin was walking backwards, and since the Kassadin and Jax were trying to peel for Jhin, and since Elise and Alistar were using their CC to engage on the enemy team, it split up Gosu's team so hard, and I think we ended up winning this team fight or coming even. Yeah, we ended up winning this team fight. Because, I mean, if you kill a Twitch who's 0 and 10, who is practically worth 50 or 90 gold, you know, even if you kill the Twitch, you can't really say, oh, at least we got 1 kill. It's more like we just gave them 2 kills for like 3 minions. All because of Gosu's positioning, trying to use his 4th shot when we had an Echo and Taric who were standing right in front of him. And I think we end up getting the Baron. Yeah, they end up getting the Baron because the Alistar and Elise were dead for like 34 seconds, and they end up giving us enough time to do Baron. Well, my team anyways. I think at this point I'm respawning, I see a huge wave bot, and I'm useless, so I'm just gonna try to farm so at one point I can do some amount of damage. So I think one of the biggest mistakes Gosu makes is so I'm farming this, and I think there's a team fight starting soon. Let's go to 450. Alright, let me just mute my Steam so I don't get any noises. Alright, so apparently my brother got fried chicken, so that's all the message was about. Alright, so I can't remember what I wanted. Okay, it's around here. Yeah, it's right over here, where one of the biggest mistakes the enemy team makes, including Gosu. But here's the reason why the outcome happened in this game. My solo laners got themselves decently fed, even though they gave a few kills. At this point, I'm just a feeder who's gonna do some amount of damage, and hopefully do a good amount of damage. And Gosu basically needs to use his alt W and position himself well to win the team fight. So over here, he Qs the I think he Qs the Echo or Cassiopeia. But at this point, I'm in invis and I let out my ultimate, and I come out of my ultimate as soon as the enemy team engages. So I think they instantly kill Cassiopeia. I think Echo died in their jungle before that, so we're like 3v4 right now, or 3v5. And I just start using my ultimate, and I'm trying to kill each low HP enemy as quickly as possible with good positioning. So I focus the Alistar, and then I start shooting the Kassadin, because while I'm shooting the Kassadin, I'm shooting the Gosu. And and at the same time, I think Elise takes some damage from my Hurricane as well. So I use my E, the Gosu dies to my ult. I still aim for the Kassadin, and then if you look at what Gosu does over here, is that he flashes to my ult even though I change the direction of it. So I move my direction from here to here, and Gosu ends up flashing from over here to over here. So he continues getting hit by the Twitch ult. And the thing is, Gosu has no idea of the exact damage Jhin can do at every point of the game. So when I play Jhin, whatever item build I decide to use, I'll always know what amount of damage I'm gonna be doing for when I make a play or when I focus someone. So over here, what he tried to do, well, what it looked like he was trying to do, because that's some of the mistakes I used to do when I was learning Jhin, is that he flashes, he uses his Q, and then he fourth shots me, and then there's the Duskblade. So I end up dying because of the Duskblade, but because I had really good positioning to get a ton of damage out, and he had a really bad positioning, but he was ahead, I ended up getting a triple kill. I got at least low enough for my Rek'Sai to kill the Elise, and we were 3v4. I fed Elise, I fed Alistar because he had a lot of assists. I fed Jhin, a somewhat fed Kassadin, and they lose the fight because I had really good positioning with Twitch. While Gosu's positioning with Jhin was rather poor in that instance. And then he makes another mistake as well, but this mistake was a pretty wait, why does it keep showing Skype? Oh, I remember. I was writing on Skype because I was pretty excited that I was playing against Gosu. Okay, so because of that mistake he made mid, it opened up the game a lot for us to come back. And the thing is, we would have never won that team fight if he didn't make those mistakes earlier. Because if he played like how I play with Jhin, I keep the lead, I snowball, I position well, and at some point I'm gonna keep ulting people and making picks, and we'll just win the game super hard. But because he threw all the lead potential, now with the armor pen build, it's hard for him to do tons of damage reliably. And then over here, I think this is what loses them the game, where I think we make a pick over here. So over here we catch someone, I can't remember who. Okay, so over here Jax engages, I quickly try to position myself, and then I use my ult. So I quickly use my ult, it starts hitting Jax, it starts hitting the Alistar, but I'm the thing about the Twitch right now is that I have a good amount of attack speed, so even though I have low AD, my damage per second is somewhat decent because I have a lot of attack speed with my Q and Hurricane. And then over here, Gosu makes another mistake with not expecting the enemy to have flash, and then what the Rek'Sai does is the Rek'Sai tunnels, and then the Rek'Sai flashes. They both get killed over here, and I believe this is what allows us to end the game. Yeah, we ended the game off of this. Because if him and Elise had better positioning and paid attention to the fact that people could have had flashes, then they could have easily held down the bot tower. And another thing Gosu didn't do is that Gosu didn't Waveclear using EWQ that I would have done. Because he's not as experienced with Gosu. With Jhin. He's not as experienced with Jhin. God damn it. Okay, so now that we have the whole, making really big mistakes can punish you and affect the outcome of the game as a Jhin player, especially when you have the lead, using me and Gosu as examples. I'm going to be showing two replays where I was behind for the entire game by around 4 to 8k gold. Like from the time the enemy got the lead to the time we won, the enemy consistently had a huge gold lead. So he had like the enemy team had a gold lead of like 4 to 8k from the beginning of their snowballing to the end of the game where they lost. You see, the thing is, Gosu didn't play things perfectly, but you want to apply what I said earlier. If you get a lead as Jhin, in which case Gosu had like 4 kills with 1 death and good farm, if you get a lead like that, and if you lose the game, it's because you by yourself didn't snowball yourself. You didn't take the opportunities that showed up. You made bad decision making. You got caught a lot, resulting in a loss of kills and farm potential. You didn't look to pick off people or make plays, and the more you die, the more you lose in terms of snowballing and keeping your lead. So since he got in the lead and he kept making all of these little mistakes, he couldn't keep the lead to the point where he can win the game on his own. And that's the reason why he lost, because he got the lead, he was given a lead, and he ended up throwing that lead. And that's one of the mistakes I showed about my earlier mistake too. Like, I felt I had a complete outcome of the game because I was fed and I got a lead and I kept the lead the entire game. But every single time I made those tiny mistakes, I delayed the game a lot because I have the lead, but the only reason why we're stomping the enemy team is because I have a huge lead that I worked for, and I'm not making mistakes to throw the lead. But as soon as you make a mistake that throws the lead, it gives the enemy a chance to come back into the game and bring the game back from the grave. That's why in that mistake replay I showed, I made 2 mistakes, and it delayed the entire game by a total of like 20 minutes. And Gosu got the lead, but he made too many mistakes, so he couldn't keep the lead. And because he couldn't keep the lead, and because he went the armor pen build and didn't keep the lead because of all these tiny mistakes he made that I noticed, he couldn't control the game anymore. He had to control on how his teammates engage, how the enemy team engages, how his teammates position, how his teammates peel. You don't need to focus too much on that stuff if you have a lead on Jhin, and if you keep the lead, you control how the game goes. You control who dies, you control who gets picked off, you control who gets caught out. That's what you control when you get a lead with Jhin and keep it. But that's exactly what Gosu didn't do. So even though his team made mistakes here and there, there's no one to blame for him losing than himself for making all of those mistakes on Jhin after making those constant mistakes. I mean, if anyone showed up late to this session, and if they stay for like the next hour, because I think it's gonna take another hour to go through the last replays on how to use the crit build efficiently, since most of the time you wanna go the armor pen build, but sometimes you wanna go the crit build. And the thing about choosing the build is that as soon as you get into champ select, or as soon as the first 10 minutes of the game has gone by, you know what's gonna happen to the future of the future of the match. So you'll prepare yourself on which build you should be going. So the first replay I'm gonna use is full game crit build. Let's go. Let's see. So over here, we end up being about 4k behind during the first 10 minutes of after the first 10 minutes of the game. So over here, I'll show you. Let's see. Let's go to 450. 454. Alright, so over here, some of the things I want to highlight is you can see how I use my traps to wave clear properly while getting almost every single creep. So it's like one of those things where you want to keep in mind again when you're using wave clear, how you can use your traps, your W and Q in creative ways to completely obliterate a creep wave. So I believe I get all of it. Yeah, I end up getting every single creep from that, even though we were pushed in and even though the enemy team had a huge lead. Alright, so over here, Kiwikid is playing Rek'Sai, and he's not too experienced with jungling, but he actually did a very good job in jungling with Rek'Sai until the point where he didn't respect Jhin. And that's what gave me a chance to come back into the game. So you can see I placed traps here before escaping the tower to slow people down, so that way they can take more damage under tower. Luckily Talia is coming over here. I try to land a few ults to do some amount of damage. Ezreal dies because he doesn't respect the Talia. I miss my W, and one tip I could give if you want to land your W most of the time, which is one of the mistakes I made over here, is that if you look at Kiwikid over here, he has two choices. He either moves a bit to the right or he moves a bit to the left. Obviously the left is the best choice, so instead of putting my W here, I should have put my W a bit over here, so whether he moves straight, left, or right, it would have hit him. So that's one of the big mistakes I made that cost me a kill. And remember, every kill you get is a chance to keep your lead, to get a lead, or to come back in the game. So every kill you miss because you make a mistake will have somewhat of a big or small impact to the game later on. And then over here is the part where they don't respect the Jhin 4-shot. So what happens is I'm pushing the tower. I have 4-shot. I'm like, I think Braum is still here. And Braum still has his E and he still has his flash. But people don't know Jhin's damage potential most of the time. But I do. So as soon as I see him here, I flash and I 4-shot him. Boom, 371 damage, even though he had 75 armor, and I only have 20 armor pin from rune pages, because I can't go the armor pin build this game. And one of the things to keep in mind is that my decision making to pick the build is, in my opinion, Ezreal is a tank. Because, not a tank, but he is very tanky. He almost always builds Iceborne Gauntlet, so if you get armor pen against him, it's almost never gonna help unless you get a huge lead. But as soon as I notice my team getting super behind, because over here there's a 4k gold lead for the enemy team, I'm like, I can't go into I can't go the Ghostblade build because Ezreal's gonna build Iceborne. Braum is naturally tanky. Rek'Sai starts to build tanky super early, and Gnar builds super tanky items as his first core items. So instead of going the armor pen build, I immediately start building the crit build, because how it works is the armor pen build will give you more damage against tanks within the first 10-15 minutes, but after the 10 or 15 minutes, it quickly scales off to the point where you're just tickling the enemy. So, since I went crit build, I'm not doing as much damage in the first 10, 15, 20 minutes of the game, but as soon as it turns into 30 or 40 minutes, I'm gonna kill every tank within like 5 5 auto attacks or 3 auto attacks depending on how much HP they have. And this is one of the things you want to think about when you're deciding which build you want to go. If there's a difference between a tank and a fighter, because a lot of people seem to think Renekton's a tank, Jax is a tank, Irelia is a tank, but these guys are fighters. They build damage items for the first 20 to 30 minutes of the game, and when it comes late game, they start building tanky items. But if you have the armor pen build, it still does a lot of damage to fighters before they get their late game their tank items in the late game. So you can still snowball off of Renekton, Irelia, and all of these guys. And if the game reaches the late game to the point where Renekton, Irelia, uh, who else was it? Renekton, Irelia, like all of these fighter champions, Fiora too. Once they start building damage and they start building tank, you would have already gotten a big lead with your armor pen build that helped you get a lead better than going crit build, and by the time they build armor, you'll be able to immediately buy the red Last Whisper. So that's one of the things you want to think about. If they're not tanky during the first 20 minutes of the game, you can go armor pen build, snowball, and then you can buy a Last Whisper later for when they finally start building tank items. But in this game, you can notice the Braum, the Ezreal, the Gnar, the Rek'Sai are naturally tanky, and they start building tank items super quickly. The thing is, if the enemy team has a lot of full tanks, in this case they have 3 full tanks and 1 semi-tank is Ezreal, my decision making was go with the crit build because my armor pen build is gonna stop being efficient after like the first 15-20 minutes. So what I did was I did the crit build, so when it becomes 30 minutes I can easily help win the team fight for my teammates. Yeah, I always use the same runes for crit or armor pen build because 20 armor penetration from the rune page gives you a lot of trading potential. So in lane, the average ADC support comes with 28 or 29 armor, and when you have 20 armor pen off the bat at level 1, they take like 16-18% more damage from all of your abilities like Q, W, and your auto attacks. Uh, wait. Yeah, I read that wrongly. Yes, Ghost Duskblade Last Whisper is something I actually do commonly if the enemy team has a team of fighters, so I rally a top Lee Sin jungle where they'll be squishy early game so I can snowball with armor pen, and by the time they start building armor I'll have enough gold to buy a Last Whisper and I'll still do more damage earlier than the crit build would have given me. Yeah, you always build Last Whisper in both builds. But sometimes you can delay it, sometimes you can't delay it, so it really depends how quick the enemy starts getting tanky. So, I'm gonna continue the replay. I flash and catch Braum off guard because he has no idea how much damage Jhin does with his passive, and I don't give him any time to react or use his E. And then I auto-attack Kiwikid because he doesn't have flash, and I know he doesn't have flash. He already used his tunnel a few seconds ago, so I know he doesn't have tunnel, so I just auto-attack him because it was free damage to do on the Rek'Sai. And then if you notice Agragas AFK in here, he's a good friend of mine who's also close to Master, and he reached Master once. And I couldn't stop laughing because he ended up AFKing and watching me from the time I killed the Braum to the time where I outplayed Kiwikid. And I was like, yo dude, what are you doing? Why have you been standing on that tower the whole time? Because I was too focused to outplay the enemies. And then he was like, oh dude, I'm sorry, I was too busy paying attention to what you were doing and I got distracted. So it was a pretty funny moment. And over here, you can see the ward I put in the tribush. I see Kiwikid going into that ward. And then soon I'm like, oh, he's running into that ward and he's gonna tunnel to try to kill me. So then I'm like, alright, alright, Kiwikid, if you want to do this, fight me, because I can kill you right now. But the thing is, you don't know that because you either don't know Jin's damage or you don't respect Jin's damage. Because Kiwikid is 3 kills ahead, so he thinks he can kill me. I auto him once, and then I W him. That way, that way I can quickly position myself if needed. But, you know, I quickly W, auto, 4th shot Q, and he's dead. Even though he has a lead, he doesn't have any armor, but he has a ton of HP. So the only thing that does, it amplifies my 4th shot. And at this moment, that Braum and Rek'Sai gave me 2 kills that they didn't have to give. And that's one of the big factors that led me to slowly coming back into the game. And let's see, the next minute we'll go to is, I believe, 10:24. 10:24. Let's see. Where was the 3rd kill? Ah, yes, the 3rd kill was there. Okay, I believe it happens around here. Damn, dude, do I have the times wrong? Okay, I think it happens here. Yeah. So what happens here is the Rek'Sai and the Malzahar are trying to engage something on their own without their team, and then I try to shoot the Malzahar, but he ends up flashing out of range. I shoot Kiwikid, I get him slowed for a bit, I quickly use my W, and I get the assist. I don't think I get the kill, but I get the assist. Yeah, I get the assist. So basically the team constantly keeps doing little mistakes like this all together. So even though the entire time they're like 5 to 6k on average ahead, they keep making these small mistakes and adding and allowing me to increase the gold income I have. So every time they die, they allow me to farm, because if they're dead, I have saved time to farm. I get a kill or I get an assist, and that just helps add more gold to me quicker, to the point where I can reach my build faster and help carry the game in the late game. And let's see. Let's go to 14:30. I think another pick happens. Yeah, over here. So over here you can see me using trap placements in a team fight. How many tanks for you to Okay, so basically you go crit build if they have 2 or 3 super tanks who get tanky super early in the game. So super tanks does not include champions that build damage then tanky sets like Fiora or Irelia or Renekton or anyone like that. Full tanks are people like Mediocre, Gnar, Darius, people who build tanky items from the very start of the game. Because eventually your armor pen build is going to fall off quickly, and that's the indicator you want to go crit build, which is what I used here. I saw they had 3 super tanks and 1 semi tank, so I quickly just started focusing on the Essence Reaver. Alright, so over here my Gragas gets caught, but I try to save him. I place a trap over there to slow all of them down. I heal the Gragas, and I place this trap before walking up here. That way I don't waste like 0.3 seconds or something just standing to cast a trap. So I place another trap, Rek'Sai gets slowed again, I'm able to kite a little bit, Rek'Sai dies to the 4th shot. Let's see. So the enemy tries to re-engage, or Agragas down. Talia hits Malzahar, I land my W, and then I start aiming at Malzahar. And then I just try to use all my bullets to do any amount of damage that I can do. And then my W misses, and I think these are the only kills we get. So far I went from 0-0-0 to 4-0-3 just by positioning well, knowing my limits, knowing how much damage I can do, and making sure that if I see a team fight coming, I put the traps at the right spot and I position myself in the right spot. So even though my teams are feeding and exchanging kills, since I'm still getting pretty good farm for how behind we are, and I'm being given kills and assists left and right, sometimes for no reason because the enemy underestimated me, I'm able to get my items quickly. And let's see, 15, let's go to 17-13. 17-13. Alright, so over here, I do red buff, and then I start noticing my team grouping top, and I notice that the enemy's potentially doing Baron. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna walk up, and then I'm gonna ult around here because it's a really good spot. So I W, I ult. Yeah, I think I recorded this again. Yeah. Alright, here's a better view of the ults. So I W, if you can, you always want to W before your ultimate, I consider. The thing is, when you're playing against a Mundo and a Swain, most of the time I would still go Lord Dominic's Regards instead of Executioners, because Lord Dominic's Regards, once you finish it, gives you a 15% increase to every single source of damage coming from your abilities. I never go Swiftness anymore because the reason why I used to go Swiftness before is because they had a 20 movement speed bonus on top of all the other boots, so it had 20 more movement speed than every boot in the game. And you could get the Alacrity upgrade, which gave you like 30 movement speed. And if you combine the Swiftness with the Alacrity, it makes it a lot easier to position better, it makes it easier to kite, and it makes it a lot easier to dodge any skill shot. But since they removed Alacrity, and since Swiftness only has a 10 extra movement speed compared to every other boots, I never build it, and I just go Berserkers, because as long as I get more damage, my positioning is fine, and the more damage I have, the more damage I can deal to the enemy team with my ult, my W, my Q, or literally anything else. But if I'm assuming of course not everyone's gonna have good positioning with Jhin, so what I could say is that if you're new to Jhin, going Swifties will help you position a bit better with more movement speed, and then once you feel you're confident enough to like play with less than 10 movement speed, you can switch to Berserkers, because Berserkers at every point of the game, it's gonna give you a minimum of 25 AD or 85 AD, because it has 30% attack speed, and with Jhin's passive, 30% attack speed gives you 7.5% of your total AD. So depending on the items you have and what level you are, the Berserker boots are going to give you around 25 damage to 85 damage. It could be more than 85 damage, but that's only if you get like a lot of Infernal Dragons, if you get a Baron, if you have like all of these scaling passive items, full crit, no less whisper. That's the only point where it gives you over 85, but usually the minimum it'll give you when you get it is 25 AD if you get it early, and then it scales all the way to providing you around 85 AD by the end of the game. And then over here, I make sure to use my W on the person in front of me, because the W does a lot of magic damage mid to late game. And as soon as I use my W, it's on cooldown. I did some damage, I snared, and I open up my ult, and I think Riven gets like a really big stun. So I help burst the Rek'Sai, and then I shoot the Gnar, but the Gnar ends up escaping. So I missed 2 shots, but those guys ended up dying before my 2 shots could hit, so I'd say I did some damage, but in this case, my team did most of the work, if I'm gonna be honest. Because if I didn't ult, they probably would have gotten most of those kills anyway, but my ult just, slowed them and just made sure that those guys were gonna die. Let me see. Let's go to 1940. Alright, yeah, I remember the only thing I wanted to show here was an example of a smiting dragon with Jhin. So it gets pretty low. Oh yeah, actually, here's another mistake if you ever get into the situation like this, which I noticed as soon as I made it, that your alt provides you with vision of where they're heading off to. But I got greedy. What I did was I W'd and ulted. So after I used the W, he started changing his positioning, and since I had no vision of this, it was very hard to land a single bullet on him. While if I just used my ult from the beginning, instead of starting with my W, I would have 100% landed the first shot. It'd give me enough vision to predict where he'd move, and then I just keep shooting until he's dead. So these are like small things that if you're ever in a situation, hopefully you can remember it, and then it could make a difference between getting a kill or not. Basically, I did the math on Executioner's Culling and the Blue Last Whisper, because I don't really know the Blue Last Whisper's name, but basically I did the math, and if you get the Red Last Whisper, you're always gonna do more damage in a shorter amount of time than going the Blue Last Whisper. So if you're doing more damage in a shorter amount of time, you're not giving a chance for the enemy team to heal up. And that's the reason why I never build the Blue Last Whisper. Because the 15% extra damage to your Alt W auto text from the Red Last Whisper is irreplaceable. And then over here, the Gnar gets caught. I can't remember. Oh yeah, I think. Yeah, okay. So the Gnar TP's top. He gets caught by Talia. We see this, and then we start pushing bot. Braum tries to defend the tower alone. And then Gragas notices this, IW, and then the Braum's dead. And I believe we took this inhib after that pick. And one of the things is that this is the part where I would say I had 2 choices. I had 2 choices to do over here. I had a choice to run back after the inhib because there's no way we would be able to end the game, or I stay with my team and provide morale. So after we get the inhib, I'm at this point I'm like, we can't end, but we can at least take 1 tower and leave. But after we take the tower, the team keeps going. Like, at this point we could have ran, but the team keeps going for the turret, and then we end up losing the fight, where I believe everyone here dies. And then I'm just here trying to just do my best out of a shitty situation that me and my team, we all put ourselves into. So let's go to, I think we're almost done with this replay. Let's go over here. So one of the things you wanna know is that Gragas did it here, but when you're playing against a Malzahar, uh, if you ever see him with his passive up, and if you have a feeling a fight is about to start, just try to land your W on the Malzahar so it can cancel his shield, and it gives it gives your team more time to make the difference in the team fight. And after this fight, it actually comes it actually happens where doing that one tiny thing helped. Alright, so after sacrifices himself because I rooted the Malzahar, Braum dies, so we start pushing since they're outnumbered. Uh, and then I W the Malzahar again, just to make sure he doesn't have his shield up. And I think it's around a fight that happened at 27 minutes. So we got the tower, and that's it for that fight. And then I go to 27 minutes. And if you notice in this game, I always use my alt and W to do stuff in the team fights, and after I was done with those, I came in to help out. Because that's one of the things that helped me keep a very good position in this game. Like, if you're like really close to the team fight to the point where using an alt will be ineffective, you don't really want to use the alt, but sometimes you can. So it really depends on the distance between you, your team, and the enemy team on whether you're gonna try to auto tech, or try to just W ulti or W then auto tech. You'll just have to, play, and then once you see the positioning out of everyone, and if you could do something with your alt or auto techs, you'll be able to decide for yourself which one would be the best to use at a given situation. And over here, this is a pretty big deal because I moved the Malzahar shield, and I ulted because Malzahar, Braum, and the Ezreal were split off, and it gave me room to land shots on them. So Malzahar is just standing still, trying to land a Q. I land my W on him, so he can't use his passive. And his passive is really big. Like, it's really, really important because for 1 second, it like reduces every damage he takes to 0. So because I was able to remove it, I gave an opportunity for my team to pile up on the Malzahar, and the Malzahar died quickly without being able to get any damage off at all. And then over here, Rapid Fire Cannon helps me reach the Ezreal to land one auto attack. And then because I landed one auto attack with Rapid Fire Cannon, it gave me a speed boost, and I was able to just like follow him and kill him. And then I believe we win off the game. Oh yeah, Nara tries to escape, so I just flash on him. I kill him in 3 auto attacks, and a Q. But my team helped me finish him off. And then we just ended the game off of that team fight. And we have one more replay, and then that would be the end of this seminar because we would have gone through literally everything I had prepared. And then after this last replay, you can ask me any question you want, and then I'll answer you. Alright, so let's start with this one. Actually, I have a better idea. Alright, so this was the game that I was talking about, where I was super behind because the enemy Twitch got a lead and the enemy Twitch abused the lead that we had. So let me try to remember which times. Uh, from people from the start of the seminar, I think like about 20 people stayed until the end of the seminar, around that many. But I feel a good amount of people left at the start because they saw the spreadsheet and they were like, whoa, this is pretty boring, I'm gonna leave. I don't really want to get better at all. Because getting better at League actually requires you to learn and work on it just like you would with anything else in real life. So basically I'm gonna skip through it, but we get into a very bad position over here because we had a very bad trade at around level 2. Yeah, Twitch is Jin's worst matchup, and if I ever play against a Jhin, I'd prefer to pick a Twitch, but I'm probably not gonna do that because of how I played Twitch the last game, in which it was pretty boosted. So I'll probably practice Twitch a bit more before ever picking him against Jhin. Yeah, there'll be a past broadcast. I think there should be, or if not, I already have this recorded. So I'll upload it to YouTube, and anyone who wants all the resources I made with like the Rune page or the item build or the mastery, as well as the spreadsheet I made with a friend who's called Snap, in which case he did like most of the work, and I only had to like make Jhin clear about stuff. So yeah, if you want a link to the replay, if it doesn't get automatically saved by Twitch, and if you want all of the stuff I made as well as the stuff Snap made, you just add me on Skype and tell me that you would like, you know, the replay and the maps and all the stuff I made, and then I'll send it to you through Skype once I upload it on some website. Alright. Let's see. Yeah, that's fine, dude. The seminar is actually pretty long, so I don't blame people if people start getting tired because they're sleepy or anything. I'm just like trying to give a lot of insight to people who like really want to know a lot about Jhin and like literally almost everything, since I've been holding on to like all this information for a while now. Yeah, I'll accept all the Skype invites once I'm done because it's gonna take a while. So don't worry. So over here, you can notice the Twitch is freezing the lane perfectly. Like I remember this Twitch is actually a Smurf from some famous player that I can't remember, but if you look at this creep wave, he freezes it and kills the creep wave perfectly. Uh, yeah, it's alright, Chris, dude. It's understandable. Yeah, so, wait, I don't think I show it here, actually. Okay, I showed over here. You can notice how this Twitch, about 30 seconds ago, he was farming and freezing, and like 1 minute later, he's still farming and freezing. And he just has a huge CS advantage because he's farming and freezing, and if me and Tara could try to farm next to them, they're gonna just engage on us and kill us. And you see how I'm trying to poke with my W on him, but every single time he gets his Q and I'm alone, he uses his Q and he just tries to zone me out because he knows when he's in his invis he can easily kill me. And this is like how bad the lane is against a Twitch if he gets any lead at all. And what I'm gonna do is that I'm gonna rewind, so I don't think it's gonna happen too common where you'll be super behind like I was in this case, where the enemy was literally making my life a living hell. But basically what I did that not many other ADCs can do is that at this point I was like at this point exactly. When I'm standing here, I'm like, I can already feel that the Twitch is gonna be freezing this minion wave for like 1 or 2 minutes, and that me just standing here doing nothing isn't gonna help. So even though I'm level 4, I'm able to help out the Anivia. And you'll see it here. So I start walking mid. I'm gonna skip ahead. I'm walking mid, and then over here I try to tell the Anivia to go in once I'm in position, so we can either kill him or make him use his flash. So I make sure to walk through this way so I can maximize the amount of auto attacks I can get in between. But then he ends up putting the trap and forcing me to flash. But a big mistake he made was going for that greedy ward, and as soon as I saw him going for the greedy ward, I was getting ready to auto-attack him. So as soon as he placed the ward, I'm auto-attacking the Victor. And then I auto-attack him, I walk up, I auto-attack him, I Q, I auto-attack him, the stun misses, I auto-attack him, and then I flash. No, I don't flash, I remember, I think how it was I wanted a flash, but I didn't have flash, and luckily for the last auto attack, I was just in range to kill him. So this is like what Jhin can do in the mid lane if you have a mid laner who can easily help tag the mid laner. Because even though I miss my W, I forced him to flash because of my positioning and how much damage I was doing with my armor pen. And sometimes what you want to do is that when you're, obviously you don't really want to do this when you're level 3, but I had no choice. But let's say you're level 6 or level 7, and you cleared the bot wave, you have nothing to do, but you have a feeling mid lane is gankable. So what you want to do is that you want to tell your mid laner to literally do anything to the enemy mid laner, and then you want to use your W and alt, and usually they're either gonna flash or die. It's always one of these cases. And no other ADC can really make ganks as efficient as Jhin without being at risk. So Draven, Sivir, Jinx, none of these ADCs can gank a lane like that, while Twitch can gank a lane, but he'll always be within range for the enemy most of the time, while Jhin can just W and alt, and he'll be fine. And then over here, I get a kill, and then we get killed by Jax, giving them a double kill. And then, whoops, I moved the mic by accident. But, this is an example where my trap placement and, aiming my W allowed me to get an easy kill on Jax. Honestly, if there was a LeBlanc or Morgana mid, I would still gank it. I would still gank a Morgana because her black shield doesn't really stop you, but LeBlanc has a lot of dashes, so what you could do, you could try to gank it, try to do some damage to the LeBlanc to the point where she needs to recall, and then you can start pushing mid and try to take the mid tower. I had a lot of examples of this, but LOL replay stopped working after the last patch, so I lost most of the replays and had to like start playing a lot of ranked games to get a lot of new replays. But generally, if there's like an Ahri or a LeBlanc mid, sometimes you'll kill them, it's rare, but usually you'll make them recall because they'll lose a lot of HP. But in this case, Morgana, if you land a W and alt, she's still pretty squishy and she's really immobile, so you can still, try to kill her with your ultimate. And then over here, you notice Jax. So, I'm gonna place a trap here in front of him, and then I'm gonna place another trap soon. And the idea is, if he tries to walk this way and fight us, I can W him between both of the traps and he'll take damage from both of them. the traps don't do that much damage, but if you W between, but because I W'd between both of the traps, he actually took a good chunk of damage. So over here you can see I W, he's between both of the traps, and he loses around like 30% of his HP. From a level 1 trap and a level 1 W, he loses 30% of his HP. And then at this point, he really wants to fight for some reason, so I auto attack, I Q, and then I fourth shot. And the heal from Nami is an instant, so he ended up dying. And over here we turn it around. So over here they got, pretty greedy. I ult, I saw Nami. I think Nami flashes, but she dies to Anivia. The Twitch predicts my fourth shot, and he misses it. Anivia wastes his flash, and the Victor is trying to make a play. So over here, I'm not exactly in range of Victor, but I knew Victor had a flash and ignite, and I didn't. What I had in mind that the Victor was planning is that he wanted to quickly kill Taric, use ignite, and then flash this way and escape us. So as soon as I see him in this position, I flash, I auto, I Q, and he's dead. I'm not giving him any time, and I'm trying to kill him as quickly as possible before he can try to kill Taric and Victor. I wasn't sure how long the Taric could have lasted, the stun, but after we killed the Victor, the Taric stun was enough where even if I didn't flash, the Victor would have died and Taric would have been safe. So it was just one of those times where I flashed because I didn't know the exact stun duration of the Taric Q. Alright, let's see. And right now you can see I have 4 kills over Twitch because how I am creating opportunities to get kills, like the Victor mid, like the Victor bot, like the Jackson the Tribush, and I killed Twitch earlier here when we were ganked, and I just had to try to get a kill because we were dead 100%. So because I kept creating these opportunities by myself using only Jhin's abilities and auto attacks, I was able to get 4 kills, and even though Twitch has 48 assists, 48 CS above me, I'm still roughly at the same goal as Twitch, except he has more XP than me because he was around more minions than me because he froze the lane. And yeah, the Victor. Yeah, I forgot to mention this, but earlier in the game, after the Jhin gank mid, and after I killed Victor and made him waste flash, Anivia killed Victor 3 minutes later. So it's one of those things where if I didn't make that gank as a Jhin, I wouldn't have gotten that kill, and Anivia probably wouldn't have been able to kill Victor 3 minutes later because Victor would have flashed. So it's like all of these tiny things and opportunities you can do can snowball into even bigger opportunities for yourself or your teammates later into the game. And when you make mistakes, the same thing applies to the enemy team. And I think this is just a normal team fight. Yeah, nothing much didn't happen here. We caught Jax, and then we had a good team fight because we got a lead again, and they just all died. Let's see, what else can I find here? I think I can say something about this fight in specific. Alright, let's keep going. Yeah, I remember. I have a good example of a Victor pick somewhere here. Alright, I believe it happens around here. So here's the thing, I noticed the enemy team's pushing mid. I recalled, I'm trying to get into a good position to find my teammates. Nidalee gets greedy, getting her blue, and then she ends up getting caught. I can't remember if she dies or not. Okay, she almost ends up dying. Did she get saved by the Tarek? Jax ends up killing the Echo over here because Echo wasn't paying attention to the fact that the enemy team was in the jungle. And what happens is, Twitch tries to kill me. He doesn't. And then the Jax gets hit by a Tarek stun, I believe. And then I W, he's dead. And then the Victor's pushing top, and his team's retreating because they lost Jax. So at this point, I try to quickly set up my ultimate, land the shots, and help Anivia get a kill. And you always want to look for opportunities like this, because these types of opportunities appear all over the place. Like in the mid to late game, I've won so many games because I was able to pick someone off with my ultimate, because the member on the enemy team wasn't considering the fact that if Jhin ults me when I'm out here in the open, I'm dead. It's like when you're playing against a fed Jhin, you sort of want to think of it like, you know, you're fighting against an actual sniper. If the sniper's fed, and if you're out in the open alone, if the Jhin manages to ult in your area, then he's gonna immediately kill you or help your team kill you. So in a lot of aspects to Jin's playstyle, he's literally a sniper on League. Alright, I think most of this game is just us snowballing. And then we caught the Victor because I was using that closing the line technique that I used earlier. And yeah, that was it. And then we end up winning the game after a couple minutes. Actually, one thing I forgot to mention about that game in specific is a lot of people think Alawi is a tank when she's actually a fighter, and she actually builds full AD most of the time with like one tank item in the super late game. So if you're playing against an Alawi, don't consider her as a tank if you're coming up to the decision making with either getting a crit build or the armor pen build, because that's a misconception I see a lot. And then this is the last replay. This one's gonna be really quick because I was able to get all the clips ready. But basically this is how we threw a lead to Draven. I was just trying to trade with Draven, and then Bard got really greedy and didn't respect the Draven, and he just kept going in. I got like two-shotted by Draven. And that's the lane. And then luckily I survived because he had two choices: flash, hit me and die, or just let me live. So I didn't end up using my flash. And then over here the Bard makes another mistake where he could have just let Nocturne finish the job after a while, but he just kept insisting on going in, and then Draven was able to get a kill out of it. And then I tried to secure the kill, but I wasn't hesitant enough, so I ended up wasting flash. Oh yeah, this one's a pretty nice play too. So basically, I noticed that Nidalee is about to hop here, and as soon as I see the Nidalee, I position myself to put my my character on the wall, I quickly place a ward. I I throw out one Q and then an auto, and she's dead. So that was a little clutch play that sometimes you might see yourself. Like that was actually the first time I've ever done something like that, because that situation is really rare, but that's just a certain situation that sometimes if it appears, you have an idea of how to make it happen. Over here, I go in and the bard doesn't go in until he realizes that I want to go in. And one of the biggest mistakes when you have a support, because this bard was super aggressive to the point where he was feeding Draven. So in my mind, I was like, all right, I caught Draven. I'm sure Bard's gonna follow it up and go all in on Draven, and we kill Draven. But for some reason, as soon as I went in, he just started running away. And it wasn't until I got three autos that he realized that I wanted to go all in, and by the time he wasted like 4 seconds with that, I died, and then he ended up dying too. And that just helped Draven get an even bigger snowball, and it helped his team get a bigger lead as well. And over here, one of the things is, if you're getting towered of as a Jhin, you sort of want to place your traps on where you think your enemy will be, so you can slow down the enemy, so they'll take more damage from the tower. So what I did actually helped to kill the TF, I believe. So at this point, I see my teammates are coming. I try to land a couple. I try to put a couple traps. I don't actually think this is the same game. I think it actually happens later where I get tower dove and we end up getting kills because of the traps I put in. But generally, when you have any time to react to the enemy team ganking you and tower diving you, you sort of want to place traps around, since when they're coming at you, you can't really attack them, you can't really use a Q on them. So what you can do before they reach you is put traps around you, and hopefully you can snare the person who's tanking the tower, and that way they can die, or when their team comes to clean up, they can try to pick up a few kills. Let's see, let's go to clip number 5. Alright, so this was just a really poor fight from us, but I was able to stop the Trendemir from coming to me because of my trap placement. So I placed one trap over there, I snared him, he got slowed even more, including the teammates behind him. And then because I was able to slow him down, I bought enough time for me to get at least one kill. But then I think Tobias' fate just ends up flashing and killing me here. But yeah, those trap placements that I did on Trendemir is sort of how you want to think how to use your traps when you're running away with your teammates and you want to try to save yourself and your teammates. Try to predict which way the enemy will move, and then block that way with your traps. Yeah, actually, for the bards, I personally hate bard in Master and Diamond 1 because they always do the same thing. They never respect their own ADC, they never respect the enemy ADC, and they end up losing the lane. But I saw this really clutch bard the other day who ended up winning the game for us with the help of me. But it's like really rare that you'll find good bards. Even in Challenger or Diamond 1 or Masters, most of the bards are the same way as the ones in Plat or Gold or Silver, where they leave their ADC after level 2, they take their chimes from the river, and the thing is, I feel like they learned from AmaCutiePie and Afremu, because most of the time what these two like is at level 1, they'll just You know, they'll go into the enemy jungle, they'll go mid lane, they'll use their Q and ignite. Like 90% of the time, they end up wasting their time or getting killed. But 10% of the time, they'll end up getting like a double kill for someone or a triple kill for someone. So the thing is, the success rate of that actually working, where abandoning your lane for the first few minutes will work, is actually really low. But people learn from it, from Aframu and I'm a Cutie Pie, and they do it almost every game, and it almost always fails for them. And then over here we get a few picks. We're still behind like 5k gold, but because our team comp is really good compared to theirs, it doesn't really matter how far we are behind as long as we keep fighting like a team. And one of the reasons why Draven is really bad against Jhin, unless the Draven and his team abuse the early lead they get from a Draven, is that into the mid to late game, the Jhin can easily assassinate the Draven with just his W and his ult, which you'll see later in the game. Let's see. Alright, so I think this is the same replay. Okay. Yeah, this is a different replay actually. So what happens is they catch the Karma. I capitalize this on using my W, ulting. I miss the first shot. I land the second shot. Draven blocks the shot, and as soon as the Karma flashes and I see Draven chasing the Bard, I just kill the Karma. And the Draven just tunnel vision pretty hard. And the thing is, even if Draven blocked that shot for Karma, he would have gotten super low to the point where Nocturne would have just ulted the Draven. And the thing is, I have 4th shot, so even though Draven is healing, I just go up there and kill him. And when you see opportunities like that, where you're like, you know, slightly behind in terms of farm, but you sort of want to take whichever gold you can get, it's worth it to use your flash if you can confirm getting a kill that wouldn't have happened if you didn't use your flash. So for example, I have 77 CS because Draven won the lane super hard, so at this point I'm just desperate for any gold or kills, and eventually, because I keep getting the golden kills, we make it to mid to late game where I end up doing a lot of damage. So this is one of the times where as an ADC, okay, let me see. I think it's over here. Yeah. So the Bard gets a really good ult off. I land my W, I try to hit the Draven, I hit Draven, I hit Karma. And, you know, this is genuinely the average way you should be playing Jhin. Most of the time, in almost every team fight, you'll always be using your ult and W. And the only times you would be auto-attacking is after you use your ult and W, or if your ult and W are on cooldown, in which case the only choice you have is to use your W. Alright, let me see, is this the same replay? Okay, yeah, this is the same replay. Let's go to number 9. Okay, this is something where if you have a jungler or a teammate who will like listen to you if you ask for some help, then you can try to do what I like to call, which is looking juicy to the enemy laner. So what happens is Trendemir's here. I'm just staying here, being like, hey Trendemir, you know, I'm standing next to you. I'm alone. Maybe you want to try to kill me later. But because he spent all this time just farming with me, it bought enough time for Nocturne to catch the Trendemir, and then he ends up dying in a bit. So it's like especially in lane, you don't want to make any obvious movements that you're getting help. So if I wasn't getting help, I would still be farming, but I would have farmed a bit back. But, you know, it's like as long as you don't make it obvious that you're getting help, then it's gonna be really easy to set up ganks or to pick people off. Yeah, that happens a lot with Bard when I play Jhin, which is like most of the games I lose in Diamond 1 slash Master Elo is because my Bard doesn't trust that I'll win us the lane and he just abandons me 24/7. Like, I have yet to win a Bard lane out of like 10 Bard games, and I've only won one Bard game out of 10 Bard games where I had him support me. Alright, so here's just a little thing when you're doing Baron on blue side is that you want to place your traps around this area together. I only had one, so I just placed it here. But if you have two, you might want to place it over here, or you might want to place it over here with one of them being in the bush. Because a lot of people like to enter a Baron fight from the bush because sometimes it's dewarded. And then over here you can see Pantheon engaging. I shoot one bullet into TF and it takes out like 60% of TF's HP, and then my team just finishes him off. And then over here the first bullet hits, the second bullet hits, and then the third bullet, the fourth bullet actually does like 863 damage to Tryndamere. And another thing is, this team, even though they got really ahead, I still stuck to my armor pen build because Nidalee never builds armor, usually. Tryndamere never builds armor, Draven never builds armor, Karma never builds armor. So, throughout the entire game, no matter how long this game takes or how early the game is, the armor pen build will always do more damage than the crit build in this case. So that's one of the things you want to keep in mind, because if you know like almost no one on the enemy team will ever build any armor, then the armor pen build will always give you more damage than the crit build would have given you. Alright, let me see. I think let's go to 12. I think it's a bit clearer, maybe. Okay. We'll do number 11, actually. So, over here, the enemy is trying to push mid as 3. And the Tryndamere, for whatever reason, thinks it's a smart idea to walk right in front of the Pantheon. So the Pantheon stuns him, and then he gets slowed. And one of the things you want to do with your Jhin W is that you don't want to stack it with other stuns or snares. So after he gets stunned and after he gets slowed by Anivia, that's when I decide to use my W to keep him in place while his ult's like running out. And then over here, I just help kill the Nidalee. I miss W, but she gets stunned and then she gets like 4th shot. I hit one on Karma, and then I missed the Draven, so after I missed the first bullet, he was already too far, so I couldn't land any of the rest of the bullets onto the Draven. Then I believe we get a Baron here, yeah, we get a Baron, and that's where the game started to be a lot easier to start controlling, since we started behind the entire game. Like even after the Baron over here, they had a pretty big lead for a team who's like been throwing constantly. And then over here, I would say, is one of the fights that tilted the enemy team, because Pantheon's just split pushing, right? But we don't see anyone on the enemy team, so we have a feeling they're ganking. And as soon as we use the Scrying Orb to scout ahead, we we get ready to collapse since they're trying to kill our buddy Pantheon over here. And then over here, Bard gets a really good ult, in which he isolates the Karma and Tryndamere from doing any damage, and since the Draven is feared, he just keeps walking in a straight line, and all I have to do is make sure I land my shots. And then I just wait for the Bard ult to finish, and we end up winning that team fight really hard. And then we end up taking the first tower, we end up taking the second tower, and then we end up taking the third tower with the inhib. So when you're playing Jhin in the late game, even if you're really behind, you can always come back if you play it smartly. And then I had to show this because I really felt bad for the Tobias, because Gangplank got banned and he was playing TF, and he should have ulted away, because if you look where my mouse, that's the channeling time for his ultimate, but my W actually cancelled it even though it showed it was complete, and then he just died. And then at that point the enemy team was pretty tilted with how they died in the last team fight, so we just cleaned them up really cleanly over here, where I used my W and ultimate, and then they just like surrendered after that. And hopefully like all of these tips I gave you when you guys are ahead and behind helps you out. And the last one's gonna be taking like probably 3 minutes, so I'm gonna show it real quick, and then that's gonna be the end of the seminar. Yeah, the problem with Tobias Fate is that he's a one-trick pony, and I'm sort of like a one-trick pony, but the difference is I knew how to play other champions before I played Jhin. So, for example, the last couple games, I didn't get Jhin, I went Draven, I went 10-0. I didn't get Jhin, I went M0, I went 7-0. I didn't get Jhin, I went Jinx, I went 7-2. I didn't get Jhin, I went Draven, I went 14-8. All of these are wins, and then when I didn't get Jhin, I went Twitch, I fed like a boosted fucking rat, went 0-11, and then I ended up winning because I had better positioning than the enemy Jhin. So it's like, when you have a one trick, you always want to have at least 1 or 2 champions that you can play in case your champion gets banned. And the thing is, Tobias Fate is in the mindset that everyone's banning Gangplank only because of him, when Gangplank is one of the top priority bans in Challenger, Master, and Diamond 1. So it's not like people are always stream sniping him or banning against him, but it's more like Gangplank is really strong in the high elo, and people want to ban him because he has his global ult, he does a lot of damage early, mid, and late game, and he's a very strong champion in the hands of a Gangplank main. And some people said that they were wondering if I was streaming, but I'm thinking of streaming sometime next week where I'll just be streaming if I'm playing a ranked game, and if I notice someone watching, I'll explain everything I'm doing in the game and why I'm doing what I'm doing and what I'm thinking. So I'll mostly only stream if I ever play ranked, and if I see someone watching, I'll try to like tell them why I'm doing this, why I'm doing that. And I honestly feel like the only reason why this seminar is really long is because Jhin has a really high skill ceiling, in which he's like one of the hardest ADCs to master. So there's like a lot of things you need to explain and go through so people can really understand everything there is to Jhin. So that's basically the biggest reason why it was like super long. Okay, where is it? Okay, over here. So just a funny thing I might want to mention is that when I was creating the build pages, I had to remove the starting items from it since they're really obvious. So when I had to manually buy the Doran's Blade, I accidentally bought an attack dagger. So that was a pretty funny thing. I didn't notice until later in the game. So I was like, wait a second, this is Endurance Blade. And basically, this game's really specific to why I didn't go armor pen build. And basically, using my knowledge, the Annie, Kog'Maw, and Urgot are all scripters in this game. They all had like 40 wins and 2 losses, so me and my trio were like, yo, the only way we're gonna win against these scripters is if we make sure we don't make any mistakes and make sure we do things really safe. Because what I didn't notice at the end of the game after we won is that scripters will land every skill shot, but they don't have any decision making or position making. So that's the best way to play against scripters if you ever play against them. But I heard they usually get banned once they reach masters, but they do make unfun games for people below masters. So at this point my decision is they have an Urgot, and Urgot's typical build is that he gets Black Cleaver, he gets Tear, he gets Armor Tabi, he gets a Frozen Heart, and then he gets like a bunch of armor and damage items. So, you know, later in the game, my armor pen build isn't gonna do that much to him. And the same thing applies to Tarek. He's really tanky early, and he just builds armor or magic resistance. The enemy Tamkinch only builds armor, starting from the beginning of the game to the end of the game. And Annie is famous for building Zhonya's, so she's not like a very famously squishy mid laner as opposed to people who don't commonly build Zhonya's, like a Victor or a Ziggs, or you know, champions who don't really get a Zhonya's unless they really need it because they don't really engage by themselves too often. So at this point I decide I'm gonna make the Essence Reaver build, or else I'm gonna do no damage to any of these guys in like 20 minutes from now. And we keep getting a couple picks here and there. This is the trap placement that I already explained earlier. And just in case people just tuned in, how the trap placement works is that you can control where the enemy starts moving. So, for example, I think it happened here. Yes, it happened here. So, for example, Kog'Maw starts ganking us, and I decide where he gets to move in his gank. So, as soon as I place this trap over here, he's not allowed to move there. And as soon as I place a ward here, he's not allowed to move any closer to me as well. And then since this Kog'Maw is scripted, the only way you want to play against a scripting Kog'Maw is that if you ever fight against him, you need to burst him as quickly as possible. Because if he's alive in the team fight for more than like 5 or 8 seconds, he's gonna get an ace. So we quickly decide to focus him. He's dead. I try to kill the Urgot because he didn't back away in time, and now he's dead. And that's where the bad decision making comes from the scripters. Over here, for some reason, they start doing Baron. Even though they really can't do Baron like at all. But apparently they decided to do it nonetheless, so they just ended up wasting time and stuff. I don't think we got a kill out of it though. Oh no, we did get a kill out of it. Alright, let's see. This is probably the only replay where I didn't fully watch it. Okay, so as soon as they get slowed by the Gangplank arrow, by the Gangplank barrow, and they get slowed in damage, I just quickly use my ult and take advantage of the opportunity that was given to me right in front of my eyes. And then over here, I just try to help kill the Kog'Maw because he's the most important person to kill, but Urgot ends up swapping me under tower. But it was alright because I just need to make sure that Kog'Maw always dies first, because if he lives, he's gonna kill so many people because he's not gonna miss a single skill shot, and he's gonna kite perfectly. And this is the part where you'll notice where the armor pen and the crit build is gonna help me in the future. So over here, we start getting good team fights. I land most of my shots, so, well, I land all my shots, so the damage gets spread. And then over here, I believe I auto-attacked Annie, but she had her E up, so she had a lot of reduced damage. And for some reason, she backed away and she flashed forward. And here's the thing you're gonna notice about why telling the difference between going crit builds and going armor pen builds is really important. Because you see over here, even if I had crit builds, even if I had armor pen builds, going the armor pen builds, I would have never killed him. And you're gonna see why. So I'm like, you know, this is a free kill, look how much HP he's missing. And then all of a sudden, I only do 250 damage. And then as soon as I do that, I die, and I realize he has 270 armor. I click on him because I'm wondering why he didn't die, and he had 267 armor. So if I went the armor pen build right now, I would have had Ghostblade, I would have Duskblade, and then I would have had to buy a rapid fire cannon for the extra range to make sure I can position myself well against this Urgot, Annie, Tam Kinch, and that way I can easily try to 4-shot the Kog'Maw with rapid fire cannon. So if I went Ghostblade, Duskblade, then rapid fire cannon, and then Last Whisper or IE, you know, delaying Last Whisper that much would have like heavily given the enemy time to come back into the game. But with the crit build, usually you end up building Last Whisper as a third or fourth item. So as soon as I notice how much armor Tam Kench has and that I literally do no damage, I'm like, alright, I need to build Last Whisper. And since I have rapid fire cannon, it's gonna be really easy for me to go in and out kite, and I'll be able to kill priority targets, and at the same time I won't be easily killed or controlled by like the Urgot or the Tam Kench. Alright, so over here we make a nice pick, but that's pretty much it. She gets marked by a trap, and I try to W, but I miss it, but then Gangplank ults, and I land all my shots on Annie, and because I landed my 4th shot on Urgot, it slowed him enough for my team to catch up and catch him. And then this is the part which is pretty important, which really highlights the importance of having a rapid fire cannon. So at this point, I see there's a Tam Kinch, there's a Taric, they're really tanky, and there's a Kog'Maw. And you can see how he's like kiting perfectly and getting every auto he can possibly get. So they start engaging, the Kog'Maw backs away for no reason. And as soon as Kog'Maw gets killed, I'm able to give in the last hit with the rapid fire cannon. This situation wouldn't really have mattered if I had rapid fire cannon or not, but there are a lot of situations like that where you could easily kill someone with the extra range without putting yourself in a bad position where you're really close to someone who's tanky or really close to someone with a ton of CC. And then you can see here I'm just literally melting every tank. And then he's gonna die to my 4th shot this time, because I have Last Whisper. And Last Whisper really makes a huge difference when you're playing against opponents who build a lot of armor. And when you go the armor pen builds, sometimes if you're behind or if the enemy starts building tanky really quick, getting an early Last Whisper, if you didn't get a lead, is going to be really hard to do. So it's really important that you're able to tell when you should go crit and when you should go armor pen. And one of the things when going the crit build is that you just want to see how many full tanks they have, like people who start building tanks super early in the game. And you go armor pen build if they have super squishy enemies, like people who almost never build armor, or the only times they build armor is super late into the game. And if it's super late into the game, you'll already have Last Whisper for them by then. And then one of the good uses about a Q is in the last team fight that won us the game. So over here, I noticed that one of them's caught, so I ulti. I try to snipe the Kog'Maw with my ult, and I end up sniping him successfully. Oh nah, I don't end up sniping him successfully. I think I killed Annie successfully with a Q bounce. So over here, what I do is that I notice they're grouped up, so I just throw a Q onto the Urgot. It bounces to Taric, and then it finally reaches the Annie. And then over here, I think this is the part where I snipe the Urgot with my W. Yeah, I sniped the Urgot. And then over here, I have rapid fire cannon, so I can easily pick off the Kog'Maw without being in danger. But the Jax actually gets to the Kog'Maw before me. And then you can see how easily I end up killing this Tam Kench. And then all I do is wait for his shield to go down, and then I'm going to use an ability. The thing is, the reason why I kept backing off and not attacking is because he had a Thorn Mail, and since Jhin naturally does a ton of damage, I didn't want to kill myself. And then we ended up winning the game after we killed the Taric. No, actually I don't even think we killed the Taric. No, we didn't. But then we ended the game. And I believe that is absolutely everything I had to say during this seminar. And it only took 4 hours and 40 minutes, so, you know, thank you for everyone who stayed. I'm glad that I was able to provide you with a lot of knowledge I had in my head that I never got an opportunity to share with everyone. So, just a reminder for the people who are still here and maybe didn't show up during the beginning, you can add me on Skype, and if you write this keyword, I'll be able to give you a free coaching lesson, since you showed that you want to get better at this game and you're willing to put in the time and effort to listen to people and explain to you how you can get better. So what I'm doing now is that I'm done with the seminar, so I'm not really going to be explaining anything else, and I'll be uploading everything together with a file, including the spreadsheet, and then for people who add me, all you have to do is ask me for the replay or information, or if you want to get coached, all you have to do is add me on Skype, use the keyword that I posted, or just say that you want a replay of today's seminar, and that you want the spreadsheet as well, because the spreadsheet is gonna help a lot for people who want to calculate Jhin's damage and who want to like test a lot of things, including which item builds gives you how much damage, stuff like that. So I'm quickly just gonna accept everyone's friend requests. Hopefully it shows up in the recent. Yeah, it shows up in the recent. And then basically what I'm gonna do for people who just wanna stay and have fun is I'll be hosting customs on NA if you want to see how it is to lane against me and how I do trades against you, and then for people who are still watching the stream, they can watch from my perspective how I make these trades and how I position myself to make these trades. So I'm gonna quickly accept these. Alright, let me just accept these friend requests real quick. Yeah, as long as you type the message to me or send a friend request and ask me what you wanted, and I'll get back to you by the end of this day. Alright, so I'm gonna create a game here. And then just send me your just post your summoner names if you wanna join the 2v2. I think my client crashed actually, so I gotta restart my client. Oh yeah, I forgot. If anyone has any questions related to anything we discussed today, you can feel free to ask them now, and I'll be able to answer them. Yeah, I actually have an EU account, so I don't mind playing a few games on NA and EU.